righty, everyone. Okay. It is 2:06 p.m. on this Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, and I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Woodley, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Trustee Hall.
Present.
Vice President Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix.
Present.
President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Clerk Woodley. And Trustee Student Maya Hartley.
Here.
All present and accounted for, Madam.
Thank you. All right, that closes item 1.02 and brings us now to item 1.03, our Pledge of Allegiance. So you get to see our board twice, sometimes once a month, and we could not do this work, of course, without our team, but also with all the fantastic volunteers that serve on all of our committees. And they're the ones who really do so much of the work and so many of the recommendations that we get. And we are very lucky, and shortly we will be hearing more from him, but we have the chair of one of those committees with us today. Tyler Rogers, Chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee and the representative for District D. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much, Chair Rogers. We look forward to hearing from you soon. Now we'll move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Newmoo, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. That closes item 1.04 and section 1 in its entirety. And this is the point where I'm going to mention to everyone that we're going to be doing some bouncing around today. So we have several items today with different timeline requirements, guests that we have here. And so this is where we're going to start that. I'm going to, like I said, just close section 1, and I'm going to briefly open section 4. And I'm going to take a point of privilege for item 4.02, our board reports, and make some happy announcements and to share some news and to also recognize one of our team members. So over the course of this weekend, we had the opportunity to attend the Nevada Association of School Boards annual conference. And during that conference, one of our fantastic staff members, as nominated by Trustee Christine Hall on behalf of our board, nominated Nikki Gubbles as the NASB Support Staff Person of the Year. Nikki, will you please rise while we acknowledge you as the 2025 Executive Award winner for NASB. Thank you. And we're going to take a picture with Nikki in just a moment. Additionally, at the awards dinner on Saturday, this board and district were incredibly honored to be recognized by NASB President Mike Walker with the first ever President's Award. And we, of course, didn't know what he was going to say before he was doing it because the award and his words were incredibly kind, but President Walker explained that for a long time in Northern Nevada, maybe what happened in this room wasn't the best reflection of what this community needed. But those days are a chapter behind us. And the work that we've done with our governance model, with the work we've done with the fantastic leader that I have sitting here next to me, Washoe has become a model for so many other districts and other districts that have adopted our model and are really looking to what it is that we've accomplished here in Washoe, including our friends down in Clark and then over across the way in Douglas, for example. And the work that all 7 of us have done, 8 when you consider, of course, Superintendent Ernst and this entire team, President Walker really honored all of us. So we have this award here, which is the President's Award from NASB, and it was just a moment of true pride, and you see that picture right there. And so congratulations to my colleagues. I'm so incredibly grateful for all of you, and this is an honor that we've all worked for and have shared. And so now on that note, we're going to get Nikki up and this board, and we're going to take a couple photos with our awards from this weekend. I adore it. So we're all laughing because Clerk Woodley's tie is singing. But because every inch of us is festive today, in case you have not noticed. All right, so staying in section 4, we're actually going to go up to item 4.01, our student report, because our student trustee has a very important commitment to get off to a basketball game. And so, Maya, would you please grace us with your student report?
So our student voice had a very productive last meeting, and one of the main topics that got brought up was the interest in trade schools. A lot of our students are becoming a lot more interested in going to trade schools to become welders, electricians, plumbers, and everything of that sort. And our schools offer a ton of assistance with applying to college and scholarships, and it's incredibly helpful. And now our students are really expanding their views and looking more and more into these vocational routes that are actually in pretty high demand. So yeah, that was the main topic that got brought up.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much for that, Maya. All right, so we're going to now pause on section 4 and bounce back to where we were before, which is the opening of section 2, our consent agenda items. And so staff is requesting to pull consent agenda item 2.15 from the agenda, and that will return for consideration at a future meeting. And Trustee Westlake has previously requested to pull consent agenda item 2.11, and Trustee Nicolette has requested to pull consent agenda item 2.20. Is there another item?
I just wanted to say something before Maya left.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to take a quick point of privilege? Okay.
If I could, I'd
Sure.
appreciate it. Thank you, President Smith. I just want everyone to know what an accomplished young woman Maya is. She also plays on the honors orchestra, and her contribution playing bass at the Pioneer was nothing short of just spectacular. So it was beautiful.
Oh, that is so special. Yeah, that's right, because in your board report, she won't hear that, because that will be later, so that completely makes sense. And, and since I was providing a point of privilege update on the conference over the weekend from NASB, I will also mention that our very own Dr. Diane Nicolette was elected the president-elect of NASB, which is not this upcoming year, but the year after. So she would take office in December of 26, right? Or January of 27. Very good. Well, congratulations. All right, team. So that brings us back here now to section 2 for consent agenda items. We've got those 2 items, and that leaves us with items 2.02 to 2.10, 2.12 through 2.14, and 2.16 through 2.19. Yes. Seeing no lights on for any of those, JJ, do we have any public comment on those items?
Todd Bailey for item 2.05.
Welcome, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you. On August 12th of this year, we asked the most basic transparency question. Where did the over $5.8 million that was diverted from the classroom to, quote, outside legal services come from? Like, was it the general fund? Was it an insurance policy? What is the source of the $5.8 million over the last 10 years? Now, nobody in the meeting wanted to take accountability for that. Nobody just made a simple answer of, well, we did it from the general fund, and that could have been the end of it. So that's why I did a public information request. And here's what I got back. Quote, Nevada's Public Records Act does not require public entities to answer questions regarding public records or to clarify those records. Now, here's what's interesting about that. Let's say I got this out of the data gallery of the Washoe County School District. And I said, what does that mean? You wouldn't have to tell me, would you? You get to tell people what you want and who you want based on your policy. Why have a data gallery if nobody's there to explain what it means? That's a fraudulent, multi-million-dollar waste of technology. We followed up with an additional request on August 14th to the Internal Audit Department and the Internal Audit Committee that has not been answered 4 months later. Today, we are again making the request specifically. We are requesting copies of all billing records for outside legal services that were used for any activity involving trustee Jeff Church between January 1, 2019 and December 1st of this year. The people of Nevada are starting to ask, like, why even have a local school board? What's the point if the school board cannot or are unwilling to explain their own public records? Like, why? The state board can handle this. We can just have one election, 17 different school boards. We really don't need if this is how you're going to behave. There needs to be dramatic change on the Washoe County School Board. Teachers, administrators, including the superintendent, students and parents are doing their jobs for the future of this county. It's the school board that has a problem here. Support leadership change in 2026 on the Washoe County School Board at fixwashowschools.com. Here's the public information request for today. It's out of my hands, guys. It's going to require some other people to take a look at this. I don't have $5 million to chase you around the Public Records Act. It's going to take someone bigger than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you, JJ. All right, I will bring it back to this body, and so I'm looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.10, 2.12 through 2.14, and 2.16 through 2.19.
I'll make that motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.10, 2.12 through 2.14, and 2.16 through 2.19.
I second, Madam.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix. We have a second, Clerk Woodley. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. We will now go ahead and move for our first item that we have pulled from consent. That is item 2.11, approval of a renewal of the charter agreement with High Desert Montessori School, HDMS, for a period of 3 years pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 388A. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome with us here, we've got ready to answer questions, Kendra Fox, our Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction, and then also Rochelle Proctor, our Charter School Coordinator. And then I also believe from HDMS, we've got Eric Perez, and he's out there in the audience as well. All right, Trustee Westlake, you have the questions, so we can go ahead and lead us off once we have our staff members seated.
Thank you, President Smith. I hope everyone can hear me okay. I lost my voice for some reason.
Oh, do you want me to do it first? Okay. I just need to make a disclosure, although this is not required by law, but out of an abundance of caution, I used to work with Mr. Perez. We were on the same team at Sparks Middle School. We worked very closely, and he has also become a friend of our family. So I just want to be clear that I do have that relationship with him, although it is not a familiar relationship with him, nor anyone in my family receive any kind of special benefit that is different than anyone else that would receive my vote. But I just wanted to be clear. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Trustee Westlake?
Thank you. So the reason I'm pulling, it's not that I'm going to vote no or anything on this. I think with hard work, it can be turned around from a 1-star to a 2-star. It wasn't that long ago that High Desert was actually a 2-star, and their middle school seems to be doing pretty well. But I think it's important in the spirit of transparency and to show the public and to bring the public in that Washoe County School District does support charter schools. We're here to partner with them. We are here to support them, but that we also have to recognize that there are some issues right now, and there is a sense of urgency because the contract would be approving it for 3 more years, and I personally would rather it be addressed and the public know that it's being addressed and how it's going to be being addressed before we get to 3 years and we could find ourselves in a situation where we are with snacks and with Encompass charter schools. I think it's important to show that partnership. I know there's a lot of work that's going to be going on behind the scenes, so I'm not asking for every exact specific detail, but I think the public does deserve to see that we have a plan of action and that we are there to support High Desert Charter School, Montessori Charter School. Thank you.
So is there a question for staff or?
I would like to kind of hear how we're going to move forward. What's our plan moving forward over the next few years to try and bring about a positive change in growth so that we can start moving back to 2-star and even beyond. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Perez.
Thank you for having me. Eric Perez for the record. I am the principal and executive director of High Desert Montessori Charter School. I've been the principal and executive director principal for 5 years, executive director for 4. We, as the trustee did say, we are in our second year as a one-star school. We've come across a number of issues where our pedagogy is difficult to align with star ratings and SBAC performance numbers, which are things we're currently really focused on improving. We have taken our use of iReady, which the district has also implemented. We implemented it shortly before they did. And we're taking deep dives into where our students are lacking. And what we found is our students in the Montessori pedagogy are very focused on concrete elements of learning, where the SBAC really looks deeply into more abstract things. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to merge the two. We're working with some of our partners in the Montessori world to try to come up with ways that we can use our curriculum maps to more focus on the needs of students. We do have a lot of students that come to us that are not doing well in public schools. We're self-selected for students who need something a little bit different. And so we're providing those things to them, and I believe that our middle school star rating proves that. In a Montessori world, what we tend to find is by the time they hit their 8th grade year, they are able to work collaboratively, they're able to advocate for themselves, and what we do hear from high schools, both district and charter high schools, is when they see our students, they say, oh, those guys are Montessori kids, they can handle themselves. And we tend to find that they do very, very well going forward. Anyway, back to what we are doing. We're looking at, for starters, addressing our chronic absenteeism problems. Based on our star rating, chronic absenteeism was a serious problem at High Desert. We are making great strides in that area. I'm personally overseeing that part of improving our star rating. We are also looking at hiring an interventionist to help our math students navigate mainly word problems is what we've identified as our biggest issue, is that our students have a difficult time teasing out the proper answers. So we've hired an interventionist to help us with those things as well. We've put in Haggerty as a program to help develop phonemic awareness within our students. We are doing a lot more with specific instruction for specific students, specifically those who need interventions through our MTSS process. We are focusing deeply on our WIDA students to get their score numbers up. We have a very, very small N size in WIDA, but we do have enough students that our scores will be affecting our star rating. For example, last year, I think 16 elementary students. Unfortunately, if one of those students has a bad day, their dog dies or grandma's sick, that could affect the whole school's score. So these are also things that we have to navigate, but that is our population, so we navigate that, and we have put a lot in place to try to address those things. I did share yesterday kind of an updated document, and I believe that should be, if it hasn't already been in the record, I'm sure it will be. Are there any questions that I can answer?
I honestly, this was more to enlighten the public that we're going to be here to support, and you are trying. We're not just ignoring the situation. We're hearing from you, getting feedback on what you're going to be doing. Like I said, there's going to be work going on in the background, but I really do think it's important that the public gets a picture of what's going on. We're just not seeing that there's some struggles and we're just going to pass a contract. There are safety things in place, and there is a plan. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Principal Perez. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, well then I'll bring it back here if it's the pleasure of the board.
I'm ready to make a motion unless there was anything else. Okay, thank you. I move that the Board of Trustees approves renewal of the charter agreement with High Desert Montessori School, HDMS, for a period of 3 years.
And I will second that. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Westlake, and we have a second by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on, except for one that I think is for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much. Now we'll move on now to item 2.20, and this is the approval of the scope of work with Dr. Thomas L. Alsbury, Balanced Governance Solutions, for the facilitation of the Board of Trustees and Superintendent evaluation processes for the 2025-26, which includes new trustee balanced governance model training, superintendent goal setting for the 2026-27 school year, superintendent evaluation mid-year check for the 2025-26 school year, and the final superintendent evaluation for the 2025-26 school year in the amount of $21,500, with an option to provide individual coaching/consultation to the superintendent and/or individual trustees in an amount not to exceed $3,500 for a total of $25,000. And this is an item for possible action. And I'll turn it over to Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. I too have a little bit of a cold, so excuse my raspiness. I pulled this for several reasons. The first reason is I really want us to reflect on this money and how we spend it. We're still trying to figure out a deficit. And to that point, we have spent $149,000 over the last 10 years incorporating balanced governance. And I will say that we have done an excellent job given where we were in 2015 to today. The progress has been exemplary. So it's not about the system. It's not about the work. It is about the money being spent at this time. And also in the contract there is built-in travel. There are many departments in our school district that are asked to cut back their travel budgets. I do not see that bringing in Dr. Alsbury, who I have the great respect for and always enjoyed working with, that there needs to be at this time money spent on travel, especially with Zoom around. And it's very effective. And we've used it before. Another point is we have, sitting at this dais, we have over 20 plus years of experience in balanced governance. And so several components in the what I will call the agenda item, I kind of wanted to review those. They're also in the contractual agreement, but I'm going to refer to the agendized item because I think it's most easier for most people to look at quickly. So technically speaking, in the second bullet on the second page in the agendized item, we have board policy 9050. It evaluates the superintendent's performance against the targets at least annually, and we have done that. And I truly believe that at this point in time, given the hard work that we incorporated and embraced for our newest member, Superintendent Joe Ernst, that we can reuse that document. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time coming up with something new. Former Chief of Accountability, now Superintendent Joe Ernst, is fully capable of designing a moving forward evaluative approach to his work. He's very reflective in his work, and I trust that as a team we can do that. I also think that we could incorporate our accountability office to help guide some of this so that we're looking at the proper metrics. To the third bullet, Board Policy 9055, again, I don't believe we need to spend any money on travel. We can utilize Zoom. Fourth bullet, Board Policy, again, 9055. This is where we have an annual self-assessment, summative assessment, and external evaluation. I would first suggest that we look at the board policy, because I don't think we always need, as a board, to do an external assessment every single year. Again, I think we can use the exemplary work of Dr. Tom Alsbury to assess our own work over this last year and continue to grow. We're very capable of doing that. We all have received the book on balanced governance approach, and I'm definitely comfortable saying that we've all read this and we understand it, and we can work together to use what we already have, so we don't have to spend money at this time to do something I think we are perfectly capable of undertaking. Fifth bullet, again 9055, ensures successful superintendent performance by monitoring performance based on achievement. We regularly do that at our school board meetings through milestones and momentum. We already have that in place. Next bullet, again under 9062, I really believe that with the help of key staff, our own self-assessment can be undertaken by ourselves and can be undertaken with the help maybe of HR, if they have time. This is always a time issue, right? And we can utilize input from staff as to how we are performing. That's always a little dicey and scary, I will admit. Again, the orientation and training, I don't perceive that we're going to have a new board member this next year. At least I hope not. I hope no one has to resign. I hope I don't decide to run away to Hawaii and have to give up my seat. I'm totally committed to being here. I think that if that does happen, that there are people on this board that are totally capable of helping anybody new that might step on board to help them understand balanced governance through one-on-one meetings and have discussions, a coaching model, if you will. So I really would like us to finally, because some of the work that was very complex and time-consuming that Dr. Alsbury and his team performed that was very insightful to our understanding was watching board meetings. That is something each one of us can do. And it's probably a darn good idea that we watch our own work. As a teacher, I know that there was nothing more difficult than someone else videotaping me and then me going back and watching my practice, my video, having to critique my own work. It was sometimes wonderful and sometimes it was very painful. In summary, I think that we don't need to spend this money right now. I'm going to assume that Dr. Tom Alsbury would be totally amenable to being on call as needed, and we as a board decide when that might be. We're very responsive, we're very aware, and we're very capable. If in fact we do want to do some, again, abbreviated contract, I would say it shouldn't be more than $10,000 with no travel involved, everything being conducted by Zoom, and we really take a serious look at using the information and documents that we have to move forward. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dye. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
Katie Simon Holland.
Welcome, our former board president, Katie Simon Holland. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam President. And for the record, Katie Simon Holland. It's nice to see all of you. Happy holidays to everyone. I first of all want to congratulate you on your President's Award, and I think it says a lot about the dedication and commitment that you all have shown. I think, you know, when you go to those NASB meetings, you know, people come, they don't come, they're, you know, invested or they're not invested, or they have personal agendas about why they are trustees for their school district, and that's really not true for this group of people. You all are very dedicated, very committed, so I want to commend you and Superintendent for your support to the board that led to this great award. I want to speak in support of your continuing to work with Dr. Alsbury. I appreciate Dr. Nicolette's very astute observations about the times we're in. As many of you know, I consulted with public entities for many years, over the entire North American continent. And governance is always one of the things that is most difficult for bodies that are elected being led by an appointed executive. It's the reason why superintendents come and go. It's the reason why city managers and county managers come and go, because that struggle for balancing, not balanced, but balancing governance with the executive functions is very hard. I know Trustee Phoenix, as a chairman of a tribe, has had to deal with that similarly. So it's important, I think, to remind ourselves, number one, that the tenets and the principles of this model of balanced governance are universally respected, and they are also universally found to be effective by research. What I did as a county manager and then as a board president or board of trustees member, being county manager to an elected board of county commissioners is very similar to the role that the superintendent plays with this board. And the tenets and the principles are found to be those things that lead to higher public satisfaction with the entity, higher bond ratings, better fiduciary responsibility, better performance of the prime functions and priorities of the entity. So we know that those tenets and principles that Dr. Alsbury has taught will give you what you need to govern well. But during the times we've had to do recessions, we know that training is one of the things that is sacrificed. And we know that during COVID, doing things by Zoom sacrificed a lot of the personal learning that children had. I have very few seconds left, but I just want to encourage you to continue with this. You will have at least one new board member because Mr. Mayberry, Trustee Mayberry will be going on to other things, probably. So I do think it's important to bring other trustees into the fold of learning about those tenets and principles. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Ms. Simon Holland.
That's all I have.
Trustee Westlake?
Thank you, President Smith. So I also hope that we don't set aside the necessary training that any person that has taken on this important work and has assumed the responsibility to actually govern. I don't think I myself, nor I would say no one on this board, knows everything about governance and working collaboratively with others. And I also do not trust, including myself, to be able to look at my actions and my motives with an unprejudicial lens. I think you need someone outside to be looking at it objectively. And it scares me to think that we would attempt to take on that role. It almost borders on narcissism. To think that we're qualified to do that. Dr. Alsbury is recognized worldwide. He's recognized nationally. We're the leaders, guys. Washoe County School District is the model. Clark and Douglas are adopting this governance because they see what we've accomplished. That just wasn't happenstance. That was a lot of hard work, a lot of important guidance that we received from Dr. Alsbury. It made us better trustees and a better board as a whole. And I know we're in a deficit, but we also have to ensure that we keep doing our best work. And so with that, I'm ready to make a motion unless someone else has something to say.
I do. I have something. Yeah. So just on the whole observation for me is that we're in that cost savings time. We all know that. And so originally when it was up there for like $50,000, that's quite a bit of dollars to spend for an evaluation. And so that's quite a bit. But that having been cut in half, okay. I can see where there's trying to make some cost savings there. But I also like the ideas that Diane brought up about how we can use what we have here already to help kind of maybe cut some more of those costs and help trim it down a little bit. I do like the fact that we do have an external or someone from the outside doing an independent look I don't know how it was in the past, but it kind of keeps that neutral ground sort of thing. And I kind of agree with that. I like that part of it there. And then the other thing that was mentioned is that for me to tell you that basically this is already in motion already. We already have an evaluation process. We're already moving forward. It's already happening. So, you know, I wouldn't want to stop and hinder all of that stuff right now. Maybe next year, looking at maybe finding maybe another source, maybe looking at our costs that might even be a little bit more and a deficit that we might want to look at and finding maybe another way to skin this cat is what I'm looking at. Still doing the same outcome of having a good balance, governance, and a good evaluation for the superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all my colleagues for your input. I appreciate it. I know when I originally saw it, similar to what Trustee Phoenix stated with regards to the cost, the original cost, my concern was the same with regards to the economic situation that we find ourselves in with the deficit. But having seen it cut more than half, I'm very appreciative of that. And I think that similar to what you stated, Trustee Phoenix, that we are in a fifth inning with as it relates to the superintendent's evaluation for the next year. So I am comfortable with this at $21,000. So I'll be looking forward to voting on this. Thank you.
Beth.
All right, yes.
I will have to say I'm not comfortable with this $25,000. I am comfortable with the 10 that I mentioned. I would also like to see, since we've been doing this for 10 years, and I was initially on board in 2016 when we first did our first self-assessment of the Board of Trustees, so I've seen this progress through the years. I would like to see Dr. Ellsbury use us as a longitudinal study. And by that I mean he has learned a lot from us as we have from him. There's a reciprocity there. And so I would really like to contribute to his cache of knowledge as he continues his work. And in that vein, I would prefer that nobody pay anybody and we work together. Because I am very serious when I say we are in a deficit and we have got to save money. And I do applaud cutting this contract in half. It was a yeoman's work, and I appreciate that. I still think it's too much, and at $25,000, I will have to vote no.
Thank you, President Smith. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the scope of work with Dr. Thomas L. Ellsbury, Balanced Governance Solutions, for the facilitation of the Board of Trustees and Superintendent evaluation processes for 2025 to 26, which includes new trustee balanced governance model training, superintendent evaluation goal setting for the 2026-27 school year, superintendent evaluation mid-year check for the 2025 to 26 school year, and the final superintendent evaluation for the 2025 to 26 school year in the amount of $21,500, with an option to provide individual coaching / consultation to the superintendent and / or individual trustees in an amount not to exceed $3,500 for a total not to exceed amount of $25,000.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Westlake. We have a second by Trustee Hull. Seeing no other lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much, colleagues. That closes item 2.20 and section 2 in its entirety. And we will move on now to section 3. These are our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. And we are actually going to start this section with item 3.02. This is the presentation of a Washoe County School District proclamation honoring Inclusive Schools Week. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have with us today, welcoming her up, we have our Chief Academic Officer of Student Development, Jen Van Tress, with a whole lineup of special guests. We have with us today Teresa Morgan, an adapted physical education teacher, Linda Grace Sokol, an adapted physical education teacher, also an adapted physical, we've got several of those, Laura Ferreira, and Tammy Ward. And then from Reed High School, from the Social Resource and Department Group, Taylor Trowbridge. Also from Reed High School, a social resource teacher, Luke Crawley. And also from Reed High School, a CLS teacher, Tara Madden. Also from Reed, the Dean and former Special Education Department Lead, Matt Pagney. A retired adapted physical education teacher, Jeff Asif, yes. And then also from Reed, this is a whole group of fantastic Reed Raiders here. Reed High School student, Vincent Poletti, and his mom, Claudia, out there as well, too. And then also from Reed High School, another student, Caitlin Cortad, and then her dad, Chad, is also out there, too. So we have got an entire crew here, Jen Van Tress.
Yes, we do. I travel in large groups. It makes my life
I
a little easier.
love your entourage. Between your entourage and Clerk Woodley's singing Ty and all this artwork around us, I love it. I love it.
Well, it reminds us we're all about the kids, right? So thank you very much this afternoon. Jennifer Van Tress, Chief Academic Officer over Student Development and Success. President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board, thank you for giving us this opportunity to recognize Inclusive Schools Week. We are here with some amazing people. This week we celebrate Inclusive Schools Week, a time to honor the commitment to creating welcoming, equitable, and supportive learning environments for all of our students. Our Washoe County School District adaptive PE teachers, which I would like for you guys to stand just to, where are you guys? All in the back row, look, yes. As well as our supportive staff from Reed, who are, I think are still actually in the back. They're, oh, there they are. Yay, there they are, yay. They all exemplify that this spirit of inclusiveness through their incredible efforts to foster inclusion and unity across our campus. This shining example, I have our two students up here who participated in our unified basketball event, where students from our strategies, our CLS, and our social resource programs joined together with their peers to compete, collaborate, and celebrate the teamwork through a basketball game. Our students were not only the players, but they were part of the cheerleading squad, they were part of the band and the chorus. I've never experienced watching an entire gym full of high school students. The entire Reed population was in the gym to watch this game. They became completely silent in order for one of our students with a visual impairment to hear where the basketball hoop was by having someone tap the hoop, and then the student made it. It was incredible. And of course, all of the everyone stood up and cheered for every single time they made a basket and for every cheer they had. The shouts and screams from the students were overwhelming. The event wasn't just about basketball, it was about breaking barriers, building friendships, and showing that every student belongs. And I wanted to give Vincent a chance to say something. Would you like to say something?
It was good experience I had on the basketball court. All the players were all my friends, and in the crowd were all my friends, supporters, and classmates, and yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Vincent. That was very well done. I have one question for you, if that's okay. Will you invite
Yeah,
this
it's
board
okay.
next time there's a basketball game? Can we come?
Yeah.
Caitlin, would you like to share what you got to do?
Hello. I like the basketball game. What did you do? Cheer.
You were cheering?
And I cheered for my friends. And have fun.
That's great, Caitlin. So what I might say is that we've got some people on this board that might join you on the court. I know Clerk Woodley, he's been known to bounce a few balls. But I'll tell you what, Caitlin, if you and your friends would have me, I would be more than happy to cheer with you on the sideline. So very, very well done. Yes, that's how I feel about it too, Caitlin, because I would love, Alex can play the basketball, and I'm more than happy to be cheering right alongside you.
So thank you guys for sharing your experiences. I want to say that inclusive practices is not just what happens in the academic classroom. It happens across every aspect of a building, including the basketball courts, the cheerleading, the bands, and this is just exemplifies the work that our staff do, including our adaptive PE teachers, our amazing READ staff, who without them we would not have that program. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you for demonstrating what true inclusion looks like, for your dedication ensures that every student has the opportunity to participate, contribute, and thrive. So thank you all for all you do. Thank you all for all you do. So we do have a proclamation.
We do. And so something you may have noticed is that Superintendent Ernst is very generous, and we get to read many proclamations in his name, but today he gets to read one of his own proclamations in his own name, but for an incredibly important purpose, because he is very generous, and he gives these trustees most of the opportunities to read proclamations, but this one was incredibly important for him to read himself. Is there anything you'd like to say, Superintendent Ernst?
Thank you, President Smith. First of all, Vincent and Caitlin, it is great to have you guys here today. You've done a wonderful job with all of these adults in the room and sharing your experiences. We're really proud of you. And having been to the basketball game, it is one of the best events that we have in Washoe County School District. To the Reed staff, I want to just say thank you for being here today. Thank you for lifting up your students, always showing how capable all of our students are. And we're really glad that you're here today to celebrate this. And so with that, I want to go ahead and read our proclamation. Whereas Inclusive Schools Week is celebrated annually to recognize the progress schools have made in providing a supportive and quality education to an increasingly diverse student population, including students who are marginalized due to disability, language, cultural background, or other differences. And whereas our district is committed to fostering an environment where every student feels valued, respected, and included, ensuring equitable access to educational opportunities that prepare all learners for success. Whereas Inclusive Schools Week provides an opportunity for educators, students, families, and community members to come together to affirm our dedication to creating schools that embrace diversity and promote belonging for all. And whereas the theme of this year's Inclusive Schools Week, Children First, encourages us to reflect on our practices and strengthen our efforts to build inclusive classrooms and communities for all our children. And now, therefore, I, Joe Ernst, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, do hereby proclaim the week of December 9th, 2025 as Inclusive Schools Week in our district and call upon all schools, staff, students, and families to join in celebrating diversity, promoting equity, and advancing inclusion in every aspect of our educational mission. And so with that, we want to acknowledge both Vincent and Caitlin for their accomplishments and the Reed staff as well.
All right, Superintendent, should we take a photo? All right, everyone. That was really fantastic. That closes item 3.02, and we'll move on now to item 3.03. This is the milestones and momentum presentation to provide the Board of Trustees an overview of progress made on Strategic Plan Goal 1, Strong Start for Every Child. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have with us today our Chief Academic Officer of Elementary, Don Agnati, Jenny Anderson, our Director of Elementary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Tina Springmeyer, Director of Early Childhood Education, and Caitlin Donaker, the Nevada Early Educator of the Year winner in 2025. Woo! From Kate Smith Elementary School. All right, Chief Agnati, take it away.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendents, members of the board, Don Agnati, Chief Academic Officer, with me today, Jenny Anderson, Tina Springmeyer, and our award winner, Caitlin Donaker. So excited to be in front of you today. It's always challenging to follow our students, which is great, but we have some great things to share with you today on our Goal 1, our Strong Start for Every Child. So as we go through the PowerPoint. It's all good. So as we go through to acclimate where we're at right now, previously we presented Goal 4 to you earlier this year around academic growth and achievement. Now we're starting Goal 1, our Strong Start for Every Child. In the spring, when we return after winter break, we'll have Goal 5, empowering all learners, Goal 2, student voice and advocacy, and then Goal 3, safety and belonging, as well as the pillars in May. So just to give you a snapshot of where we're at and place us where we are today for Goal 1, a Strong Start for Every Child. In Goal 1, we have our action plan, our action steps, where 1.1 is pre-K through third grade strategies. We have 1.2 is partnerships with pre-K community, and 1.3 our kindergarten transition to first grade. So on that note, what I'd like to do is introduce you to Caitlin Donaker, who's our Early Educator of the Year at Kate Smith Elementary School, and allow her an opportunity to speak a little bit about her role at Kate Smith and some of the wonderful things she has going on in her classroom as well.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the board. My name is Caitlin Donaker, and I teach pre-K at Kate Smith Elementary School. I am incredibly passionate about high-quality early childhood education and feel fortunate to be a part of a school district that cares about it as well. The learning and exploration that our youngest learners do now sets the foundation for their academic careers for years to come. Connection is my own secret ingredient to student success. Myself and many other pre-K classrooms across our school district refer to our classes as a school family. When students feel connected to their class and their community, they feel capable of making mistakes and furthering their learning. 2 weeks ago, I was working in a small group with a group of students. Across the classroom, one of my students erupted into tears. This child earlier in the day had set a goal to make a block tower that was 13 blocks tall, and at around block number 8, it came tumbling down. Before I was able to reach this child, I started to cross the classroom, but before I got there, his peers had already rallied around him. One child had gone to our calm down corner, and they grabbed the sad feelings buddy and his family picture and had brought it to him. Another child took his classroom picture and put it inside of our classroom heart to let him know that we were thinking about him. And a third child crouched down next to him while he cried and said, "That's okay, you learned." While my student processed his disappointment, his community rallied around him with understanding and support. I decided to step back and watch and see what would happen. And this child, who earlier in the school year would feel disappointment and cry for a minimum of 10 minutes at a time, calmed, took a deep breath, and started building his tower again. This is the power of social emotional learning in practice. When a child is able to attune to their community, they feel strong. Right now, what's important for that child is to be able to play, learn, and explore in a specifically curated environment. Our pre-K classrooms are set up to meet the specific developmental needs for our pre-K students, which may look very different than the older students. Somebody who walked into the classroom at that exact moment might have just seen a child who was playing, but I know that that student was working towards mastering our math standards, learning about cause and effect, learning about gravity, and most importantly, learning that when he makes mistakes, he's able to learn from them. When that child inevitably goes to kindergarten and makes his first academic mistake, he's going to have an entire school year's worth of experiences to pull from to allow him to stay attuned to his learning and tell him that he is capable and that he can learn from what he's just done. Within a few minutes, that child who'd set that original goal of a 13-block tall tower had finished, and it was far sturdier than it was before. I feel incredibly fortunate that our department creates so many rich and meaningful opportunities for us to engage in emergent early childhood research. If I'm in need of additional support, there are so many resources for me to instantly access through our department, which empowers me as a teacher. I know that regardless of what my students need or what my families might need support in, there's always a path forward to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Now we know exactly why you are the Early Childhood Educator of the Year. Truly, congratulations. That was remarkable.
So Caitlin, on behalf of the Washoe County School District, the WCSD Staff Appreciation Award is proudly presented to you, Caitlin Donaker at Kate Smith Elementary School. Thank you for the work you do every day for all of our students, signed by Superintendent Ernst as well as President Smith. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And is Caitlin going to stay with us for the rest of the item, or are we going to pause and take our photo now?
Picture now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds great. Thank you.
Unless you'd like to stay until however long, Caitlin.
Perfect, thanks. That's right.
All righty. All right. Now we'll continue on with the item.
Like, what do you even say after you follow up from such an amazing educator? She speaks for herself. For the record, Jenny Anderson, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment for Elementary. And we're going to continue on with our presentation. So as you know, Strong Start doesn't mean just supporting our youngest learners. It encompasses so much more. This includes a guaranteed viable curriculum, consistency of instructional materials across all schools as a non-negotiable foundation grounded in grade level standards. It means setting students up for success at every grade level so that they have a strong start as they transition to the next grade. 2023-24 provided a great opportunity for our elementary schools to go even deeper into understanding what students did and didn't know about ELA and mathematics. As you can see, smarter results play into these decisions. Student achievement is improving and trending in the right direction. Over the last year, with great efforts and professional learning around teacher clarity and standards alignment, we are making strides. We continue to use tools such as iReady to identify students' needs and classroom trends to determine where instruction needs to go. Communication through our grade level communities continues to support upcoming learning that will take place in classrooms. We continue to focus on phonemic awareness, phonics, and language through professional learning such as science of reading with letters, as well as district-wide focus on science of reading, teacher clarity, and the work taking place in the PLCs in our classrooms. We have to celebrate the ingenuity behind bringing an EC Center out into the Cold Springs area and look forward to the strong start that these 174 plus students will carry forward. We also have to continue to acknowledge the effort made and steps forward with the Assessment Choice Act, that it's allowed students to not only no longer double test, but to be able to use an assessment to provide real-time information and instructional approaches for our teachers. We've worked to bring forward a structured literacy block grounded in science of reading and provide professional learning across our district to support this. This is making a difference for our students and teachers, and Washoe County School District is investing in our educators to make it happen. We continue to have so much interest in letters, and this has truly grown to where it is by word of mouth. The excitement of our teachers in what they're learning and how they're impacting students in their classroom is making a real difference. Our teachers and administrators want to do the best and be their best for their students. Change is happening in all subgroups and in all areas of learning. This is not random, and it's not just one thing that's making the difference. It's a strong focus on science of reading and ensuring that our teachers are prepared for the students in their seats. It's ensuring we're providing literacy instruction at a high level using adopted instructional materials. It's a strong focus on standards and teaching students at grade level. It's using a powerful tool iReady and making use of the ongoing data we receive as well as the lessons available to provide support and intervention. This list goes on, but really it's our teachers who are making the difference, who are working with and knowing the students in their classrooms.
Ms. Anderson, if you could hold one moment.
While we're still on ELA, before we jump into math, I want to just make a point that I truly believe, if we could go back to the letters slide, I truly believe that the reason why we are making these huge gains is because we have stayed committed to the true intent of the letters training. And I just want to make that a public statement that I do not believe that the Washoe County School District should back off from the intensive 2-year cohort model for the letters training. I think it is incredibly important that we provide our teachers with the proper support and PLC work, and I applaud your department for pushing for that and continuing and not backing off, because we know that there was some legislation passed and it would be very easy for us to just do a 1-day training, but that's not sufficient to truly do our best work to do the strong start. And so I just want to applaud your department for continuing to work on this and for all of our schools to sign up in droves. Our teachers are loving it. When I go to classrooms, it's very obvious which teachers have had the training, and it's because they're taking the time to invest in it, and we're investing in them. And so I just want to make sure that that's on the public record, that I believe that we should not back off from the intensive 2-year cohort that it is. It's incredibly important, and it's very clear that it's working. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
On that note, I'll plus one to something that Ms. Anderson also said. So just as a reminder to everyone, science of reading is not an afternoon session. It's not 4 days. It's not even 4 weeks or 4 months. it is 2 years. And so when you hear that the Washoe County School District is implementing the science of reading, know that these educators are going through a 2-year program. Additionally, you said something that I just want to jump on, because also in today's agenda item for later today is the potential ratification of the contract with our educators. And we have wonderful teams. We are so lucky that we get to see so many fantastic leaders in front of us and alongside us, but it is the thousands of educators that pour their incredible professional talent into our children every single day, that it is their love and their talent and it is their capabilities that we're seeing in these numbers. They are bringing the shine out of our wonderful and talented students. And so thank you so much for recognizing the teachers in your comment, Jenny.
You're welcome. We're finally seeing the fruits of our labors transfer into the smarter results. We still have more to do, and the 45 to 49% you see here is not enough, but we're moving in the right direction, and we're engaging in the right work. With a new math adoption, monthly teacher leaders lead professional learning on their campuses and have a strong focus on the newly adopted 5-part lesson model. We're going to see gains in math going forward. We're excited to see these results come to life. Finally, the incredible efforts our schools have made to reduce chronic absenteeism is paying off. 76% of elementary schools have made an improvement. We're seeing positive shifts in our foundational skills and literacy. Improvements are being seen across all special populations and ethnicities on Smarter. We're finally bouncing back completely after the pandemic with our scores. Our EL growth is making treks as well, with an 8 percentage point gain on our language proficiency exam access. With that, unless you have any other questions for me, we're going to pass it over to Tina Springmeyer. Do I push for you?
You can push if I can speak. There you go. Thank you, Jenny. Hard act to follow. I am Tina Springmeyer, the Director of the Child and Family Services Department, and I'm excited to talk more about what I'm going to be sharing. So looking at 1.2, the partnerships of the early childhood community, we continue to build on that. My department does that really well. We just hosted a big SEL event in October where we had 400 people in attendance at Sparks High School. Many of them were community-based stakeholders. We had parents, students, teachers, our ROTC leadership students on campus. So we continually reach out to community-based early childhood educators to make that connection to our school district. Something else we've really focused on, and Jenny spoke of that well, is really about our professional learning for our early childhood teachers. So we continually work on aligning our work in early childhood, and right now this year we're focused on Haggerty phonemic awareness curriculum, the science of reading, teacher clarity. It's really important that our early childhood educators feel connected to the school district, because they are, but more importantly are connected and aligned with the strategic plan and helping our teachers align to kindergarten. That transition is really critical. We've also continued to work on our professional learning with the community regarding the pre-K standards. Up until July, that was one of my roles, so I was the pre-K standards coordinator, and we've disseminated over 500 copies of the standards in our school district, but over 8,500 across the state of Nevada, which is really exciting to see. Another component of this is really focusing on the pre-K to K transition. It's something that we reported on earlier this year, but it's something that we do really well in early childhood. It starts with the first day of pre-K. When parents come into our schools and come into our classrooms, they're learning about pre-K, but they also know what's coming. And so we want parents to feel welcome and excited about what's coming, but more importantly, making that connection that we are aligned pre-K to 12th grade in the school district. I'm really excited about standards. This is a hat I used to wear. So we were fortunate to finally get them passed and revised in 2023. So you can see that we've continued this work. But on top of that, one of my final, I guess, excitement with the standards work is that we were able to complete our SEL standards and have them approved by the State Board of Education. Caitlin spoke about this well, that SEL, social emotional standards, are the essential standard for young children. They learn how to communicate, cooperate, self-regulate. They learn all those really key skills to help them in a school setting, but more importantly, just so they feel competent. They're learning to navigate the day without their parents when they come into pre-K at a larger school setting, and social emotional standards are really important for them. It's really the core essence of early childhood, helping children feel successful and in a classroom environment where they are proud of themselves. Caitlin spoke of that well when she talked about the student learning to kind of overcome his frustration with his block building, and we're really proud of that. This is a sample page out of the standards, and you can see that if you're familiar with the pre-K standards, they're all aligned the same way, where we have the actual standard, we have the indicator, we have observable skills that you as an educator or a parent might see, but then we also have suggestions for the caregiver or the teacher or the parent to help provide those kind of supports. The professional learning for this will start to roll out in January. We are completing getting them printed right now, and they'll be dispersed around the state of Nevada. But I'm really excited to share this with our early childhood teachers and our families in our school district.
So, Ms. Springmeyer, I also am excited to share this with all of us as adults, because I think if we really look at this slide and we really think about it, these are good lessons for us too, to say like, hey, you did it. I tried. I can't do this yet. I think that these are wonderful lessons, and I know that the context of them are for our littlest learners, but I think that these are great values and lessons for even adults to practice. And so I love this. I'm really excited to see it in action.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to hand it back to, is it Dawn? I'm sorry.
All right, so at the, for the last school year, we did have a lot of activities that were taking place around transition events for our early learners. There were funds used to provide an incredible amount of backpacks for our students, both within Washoe County schools and in some of our providers that feed into Washoe County schools. So we provided over 6,000 backpacks for incoming kindergartners last year. We also provided 29 spring open house events, and we're able to give students at the end of the time in kindergarten backpacks for preparing themselves for first grade, so transition backpacks. So it was a huge effort that was under the leadership of Casey Edgington at the time, and really allowed for some great quality professional learning for our kindergarten educators to be able to take tools that they were given to use in future years. So a wonderful effort that was taking place.
Thank you, Jenny and Tina. So basically moving forward with our plan, obviously earlier this evening we approved the pre-kindergarten and kindergarten starting on the same day as all other grades. We're excited about that, with that transition being to have the entire system, PK through 12, being in school on the first day, to help build that continuity and that relationship building for all of our students as they're going through. Also helps with parents and with burdens of families and child care situations there. And it's that extra week of instruction too to support that strong start. Also, when you look at chronic absenteeism, our kindergartners are the ones that are impacted the most. So again, really getting them into school. And then a celebration with Jay Wood-Raw. I had the opportunity to be able to go share with them their academic performance award. So again, what Tina and Jenny had reiterated tonight is it's that PK-12 alignment, that PK-12 system, the work our educators are doing day in and day out in the school to make a difference in all of our students. And you saw an example of our students today and the wonderful educators that work directly with them. It's that team philosophy. It's, you know, you as a board making decisions you make to help our schools be able to accomplish the things we want to do, as well as our staffs putting in the time and the effort to make sure that all of our students are successful pre-K through 12. And on that note, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and effort. It wasn't that long ago when some of the data was trending south, and just about all of it's trending north. So I really applaud what you're doing. Superintendent Ernst, thank you for your continued dedication and your support of your staff. It's very inspiring. Just today, in fact, I was having a conversation with a dad who has a child out of Cold Springs. That's what triggered the thought. And I said, how you doing out there? He said, oh, it's great. The principal's great. Teacher's great. I just had really heaped a lot of praise on what we're doing. So thank you for that. I do have a couple just follow-up questions. Tina, I'm wondering if you could, last time we talked at the dais, I'd asked a question about child care and if there was a trend in child care development centers here throughout Washoe County, and I think you had said actually it had gone down. I'm wondering if we're still seeing a trend in a decline of child care centers in Washoe County.
That's a great question. Honestly, I believe that we have seen several close this year. I mean, it's expensive for community-based providers and home care providers to provide that service, but the need is there, and there are certainly some opportunities with grants that have come out this year to support. One just recently came out of NDE to help providers with infrastructure and structural, if they wanted to build a building or make adjustments or improvements for their home. Obviously, the recent bill that was passed that allowed home care providers to provide care in their home, regardless if there's an HOA issue regarding that. So there's been opportunities within our state and just our communities to help parents find childcare. It's going to be an ongoing issue. There's certainly a lot of conversations about universal pre-K as well, but families need it, right? Families need it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. A second question for you is, not all of our schools have pre-K. So I'm wondering, how do we determine what schools are going to have pre-K and which ones don't?
That's a great question. So for the grant-funded programs, we're really targeting families who meet a certain income criteria.
Okay.
Majority of our families that we're targeting are in Title I schools in certain communities, so, and that's also been the highest need of care. So it really depends on a couple things. Do we find space for our program, but also the need for families. So we we target the schools that we think we can serve families that have the highest need that meet the criteria of the grant. And then we try to serve all of them. Currently, we're serving 622 students in our grant-funded programs, and that's throughout Washoe County.
Do you see those grants holding steady? Is there any jeopardy of any of those grants in declining?
That's a great question, too. Honestly, our state pre-K Nevada Ready funding has been pretty secure. Flat funded, though, but over the course of the time, we've had expansion of seats. And so I do see that. I mean, the good thing is we have a governor and legislative body that really supports early childhood education and knows the value of that. And so we've been able to continue that funding every year and with the expansion of it. So we were able to get additional seats this year, which was helpful. But there's a lot more behind that when you get additional seats. Then you have to find educators and locations, and there's a whole, just because you get the seats doesn't mean what's the next step for that. But we're fortunate that we have funding in our state to support that. Where we really could use the support is for 3-year-olds. It's a child care desert for 3-year-olds, and unfortunately the care just isn't there. Students who might qualify for early Head Start exit the program when they're 3, and we don't serve 3-year-olds in our grant-funded program. It's dedicated to 4-year-olds the year prior to K.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say I didn't read the entire article, but Reno City Council passed something recently about easing up some child care licensing regulations. I'm not sure what that is. I have to do more research. So my question is, we've been receiving emails from teachers who are worried, and I say rightfully so. So JJ, the slide previous to this one, if you could go, thank you. Bullet number 2, the new Nevada Department of Education kindergarten entry assessment. Our emails basically talk about they're worried about losing that ability to be able to assess in that first week. Could you address that?
All right. For the record, Jenny Anderson, Director of Elementary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. So we are unique, or we were unique this year with the new KEA, Teaching Strategies Gold, to be having the screener work that made that available. That is not something that you would see across the entire state with any consistency. The intention of this new KEA is very different from what we did in the past, where it was built on a system of you'd be working one-on-one with a student and collecting all of that information in a short period of time. So entry exam really made sense because it was upon entry you would have it determined where that student's placed. The intention of Teaching Strategies Gold is built around kid watching. So that idea of watching students over time, looking at interactions, it's a far more developmentally appropriate assessment, but it's a significant shift. There are about 16 components that we look at within this criteria of the assessment, and we determined for WASHO only some specific items that the teachers could do during this screener week because we had that built into our schedule. That was not the way the assessment was intended to be done in that way. We just wanted to make good use of that time that they had available. So they will be able to conduct the assessment throughout the first 45 days of school as it's prescribed. It is a shift for teachers who've been in kindergarten for a number of years because they haven't done that in the past. However, it is not the intent that it be done in isolation or on a one-on-one for a significant amount of time like we were able to allow this year.
Thank you for that. And I was previously trained in teaching gold strategies. It's now been a while, so I can't even say I'm up to date. Having said that, I do know it's a rigorous tool. And so my question is, my statement is, I assume that you have an equally rigorous and targeted training opportunities for teachers so they'll be ready.
Yes, ma'am. What we did to kick off our training last year, our state offered an online training that was a 2-hour training that was done asynchronously. We felt like we wanted to elevate that up higher for our educators, so we, with our CNI team, offered an additional hour and a half in person, had toolkits that we created for them so they would have the manipulatives and the materials right there in their hands. And we did offer trainings all throughout the spring and into summer. We have it on the calendar to have some trainings offered to really specialize a little bit more with our special educators who may not have realized in a self-contained classroom that they were responsible for that assessment as well. So we'll be doing some special education training in the spring, some newer hires that didn't get hired prior to the school year that needed training. We'll be offering that in the spring, and then we have plans for what that training will look like as we roll into the new year. So we'll take care of them.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. That was an incredible presentation, and there's a lot for the team to be very, very proud of. Congratulations, Superintendent Ernst. And, okay, Chief Angotti. Saying names is really important to me, and so thank you for giving me the patience and the latitude while I got it right. So thank you so much for all of you. All right, team, that closes item 3.03, and we're actually going to move ahead now. We're going to move ahead in the agenda, and we are going to hear item 3.07. This is our zoning item. This is the discussion and possible action to consider, approve, or modify the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the enrollment boundaries of the following schools as a result of the construction of the new elementary school on the current Edward L. Pine Middle School campus, effective beginning the 2028-29 school year. Roger Corbett Elementary School, Smithridge Elementary School, Edwin S. Dodson Elementary School, Hidden Valley Elementary School, Donner Springs Elementary School, Kendall DePoli Middle School, E. Otis Vaughn Middle School, Earl Wooster High School, and DeMonte Ranch High School. This is an item for possible action, and we have with us today our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman, and our Zoning Advisory Committee Chair, Tyler Rogers, who earlier led us in the pledge. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you, President Smith, Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. Thank you for having us today to bring this forward. We're excited to have this culminate in possibly an action tonight to zone for our new elementary school on the Pine campus. The overview, the Board of Trustees approved the design phase funding for the new elementary school in February of 2025. So we started that process, but we didn't want to get too far ahead until we started and looked at the zoning for this. In August of 2025, Capital Projects held a community meeting at Pine to talk about the design and gain any input those families in that area and throughout contiguous to that area of Smithridge wanted to provide to us. You guys approved the change for Roger Corbett Elementary School, Edwin S. Dodson in that area. as well as Smithridge in November. So it kind of helped us in zoning get that definitive answer, so we knew that those schools would be changing the use and that we could include them in this conversation and get an action here. We did start zoning discussions in August. Seems like a long time ago. And we started them here in the boardroom, but we really got into the community for this specific discussion in October at Pine, and then November we met at Dodson, so that we could hear those community members and be in the community to have that discussion. The intention is to enact these rezones in the school year of 28-29, when that new school opens. Community engagement, we do send out community engagement through the site administrators in English and Spanish so that we can get those families to come to the meeting or online, provide comments, or know what's going on and be part of the know. But also our zoning chair works within the community to talk to those families, those PTAs, and those site administrators. So I'll let Chair Rogers speak to his engagement.
Thank you, Chief Zimmerman, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, trustees. Thank you for having us again. I think you'll hear this from me consistently as well from Zach. Part of our job is to listen to the community. We are to be a conduit of their feedback. We take it very seriously and invest extra time to do that. In this instance, with the support of Chief Zimmerman and staff, we heard in previous conversations from the community that the use of Spanish language was particularly important for this community. Specifically, we heard feedback for the need to translate some of the meeting materials into Spanish, but also to create a summary in Spanish. We heard that directly from the community. This was something we hadn't done before, but staff acted upon it, and I think was a very a solid tool to help meet the community where they are and be receptive to the feedback that we have heard. We also invested time across the different schools that were impacted here. I've reached out to the principals of all of the elementary schools, met with them, and fed that feedback into the zoning advisory process. I think this is a topic that has been an ongoing area of change. This conversation of zoning this community started, as Chief Zimmerman said, last summer. The decision around the repurposing and sort of zoning around the high schools fell into this. So this, just to be clear, like this has been a conversation that's been going on for a year, and Zach was also thinking about this decision when we were making decisions about high schools and the middle schools and this future elementary school, knowing that the board would likely act around this. So it's been part of a very ongoing conversation. I know the board has had feedback from the community, and you guys have been very useful partners in guiding this process as we sort of navigated this decision.
So with that, when we go out to zoning and work with the zoning advisory committee, we want to give them the facility modernization timelines, because those are real references to how this is going to change those communities, and when we change it, they can say, well, there's going to be a modernization there soon, or in that context. So we like them to have this information. We pull it directly from the facility modernization, so they have that at their fingertips. As always, we have the guidance that we provide to zoning advisory committee and how they work through their process and their decision making. With this rezoning, we had 3 options with there. Options for all of these, 3 options for this rezoning. Option 1, and all of the options have the Smithridge zone entirety going to the new elementary school, as well as a portion of Corbett that's south of the 580 and the airport going to this school. So all of these 3 options have that in there. The differences are, in option 1 had all of Dodson going into the new elementary school. Option 3, we call it the Longley Triangle. It's bounded by Longley on the east, South Virginia on the west, and McCarran on the south, or the north side. So it's very contiguous with our current Smithridge zone. Think about Meadowood Mall area and all of that that's in there. That in this option 3 is proposed to go to the new elementary school. The difference here is Dodson. Dodson is split with the north-south, and the north would go to Hidden Valley. Hidden Valley, we felt, could use some students there to provide additional opportunities at that school, as well as then the south portion goes to the new elementary school. The south portion of Dodson, because we split the Dodson zone. And option 4, you still have the Longley Triangle that's going to the new elementary school, but Dodson got split north-south again, same line. The north portion is proposed to go to Hidden Valley, and the south portion is proposed to go to Donner Springs. Those are the main differences. You can see that here kind of in some of these when I speak about the Dodson zone being separated and the Longley Triangle, because it is a green triangle there. We like our nifty little names so that we can remember them. And with that, since I've given you the options, I'm going to let Chair Rogers talk about option 4, which is the option that they are presenting tonight for approval.
Thank you. I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to come back to the slide, but quickly I want to sort of remind us of the situation that Zach consistently finds ourselves with. These used to be called brush fire charts. We need a new name for them. I think we're toying with maybe Tahoe Blue or something. The point is that Zach, when I joined with President Smith and Trustee Hull, was overcrowding, and we just find ourselves tackling a very different issue in Zach that I think is always helpful to remind ourselves in, that it is a situation of buildings starting to become almost underutilized. And so with that as sort of context, jumping back into the options, what we heard throughout the process here, I think it was clear that we needed to be sort of designing and utilizing these facilities in a way that continues to make sense. Zach continually focuses around the guiding principles that this board has given us, which I think is important, and staff has been very helpful in that regard. What we heard across this community, if we look at these different multicolored polygons, I think if we start with the Dotson community, the last meeting that we had where we took action was at Dotson. Staff continues to sort of help us get on site. And to be honest, we hadn't heard much from the Dotson community until we actually went physically to their school. And it was super helpful because at that meeting, it was a very clear preference from that community to feed into Hidden Valley and Donner Springs. There was a feeling that the airport was a natural barrier and that those communities feel more connected naturally into sort of the eastern sides of these regions. In talking with the principal at Hidden Valley, she was very clear that it would be very helpful to have Dotson students come over into that elementary school, to what Chief Zimmerman was just saying, which is their facility does feel a bit empty. And when they have singular classes for singular grades, it changes the dynamic of a school. So she was particularly supportive of this option of bringing some of the Dotson community into Hidden Valley. And we heard a similar thing from the Donner Springs principal and PTA. We also heard in talking to the Donner Springs community that the green triangle, which I think we're calling the Longley Triangle, that community relies heavily on transportation. Currently, they rely heavily on school buses to get across that small hill into Donner Springs, and so transportation is paramount for that community. We heard from staff that in this option, even though they are physically close, McCarran is a natural barrier, and that transportation would be provided for the green triangle, even though they may be inside of the walk zone, that is a distance, or that is a dangerous intersection that transportation would continue to be provided, which is something that Zach continues to hear from. So this was the option that we sort of landed on, sort of hearing consistent feedback amongst the community of building sort of this new Smith Ridge Elementary, or sort of Pine Elementary School community, but also sort of redistributing dots in a way that the community was asking for.
I do want to make one comment about the Corbett portion there. If we're in the future, we're talking about zoning in this next January, February, March to bring to the board the zoning for Corbett, Loader, Veterans, and Booth. And upon presenting this and having a decision and then starting that conversation, Corbett has a change of use in 27, and this is enacting in 28, 29. So when we do that zoning there, we will have an interim condition that we will address in that zoning, just so you're aware of that.
One additional thing I remember looking at this map is, given I think Zach continues to try to work with staff to predict the future and make zoning decisions in a way that reflects growth of the community that we may anticipate. One specific thing in this part of town is Talus Valley and the development and build out in South Reno, which would likely be zoned into Donner Springs. And so we took into the fact trying to make sure that there is capacity at Donner Springs should that development lead to substantial growth of students.
And with that, we're asking the Board of Trustees to make the recommendation to approve or modify the zoning recommendations for this area to be enacted in the year of 28-29, which will allow these families time to make that school of choice decision in this next spring semester if they choose to.
I want to say thank you so much. So, one, I love that the nicknames are living on, the Longley Triangle. I mean, the spirit of Baby Brown continues. For those of us, if you know, you know. The work of the volunteers over months has been so impressive. Zoning is particularly challenging because there are many right answers. And anywhere that a family advocates for a new zoning boundary or where their kids would go to school is right for them. And so the work of our parents and our teachers and our community members, our volunteers doing this work as close to the community as possible is so important. And I loved hearing that when you went to Dodson physically in their building and held a meeting in their own neighborhood, you heard from them and you got to hear from everyone because you had meetings in multiple different neighborhoods along that way. And I want to say thank you. And also thank you to the team for stretching outside of some of the standard practices in recognition of what these communities need in terms of their language access. That is really important. A lot can be lost in that translation. And it is really important that we speak with our families in a language that they understand because this is where their kids are going to school. And I just want to say thank you all around to this. This was really, really good work on a very, very complicated topic. And in addition to the work you've done, this board has done its own work to realign the timeline of the process that we will be approaching communities like Smithridge, like Dodson in a different way as the facilities modernization plan moves to different parts of our county as we contemplate consolidations and trade-ups with new buildings. And so thank you to you for doing the work. Thank you to my colleagues for trusting Trustee Hull and I by saying we needed some different pathways and timing. Very, very well done. Trustee Hull?
Thank you, President Smith. I wanted to echo that a little bit and just say that I know that we did this much earlier than we've ever done a zoning decision, and I truly applaud staff for predicting the future as best as possible. I drive by that future development in Talus Valley every day. The cows are gone, and there's construction happening. However, I do know, having Dodson, Hidden Valley, and Donner Springs are all schools that I have visited regularly since I became a trustee, but even before then, I know a lot of teachers at those schools, and I truly applaud this decision for so many reasons. I think that for the Dodson community, who's had a lot of trepidation about this process, a school that has existed in that community for a really long time, the ability for them to have a voice in this and to say that they feel more connected to other schools in the Mira Loma area rather than transporting students across the airport, I think is so incredibly important to have heard that information. And then to bring that little piece of Corbett as well as that Longley Triangle, looking in depth at the maps, because I still love these maps and get very excited to see zoning decisions, I really see how those communities are better tied together. And that Longley Triangle, I feel that those families will feel so much more connected to that school because they won't be going over a hill. It's a very odd fee in South Reno. We have a giant mountain in the middle of it, and there is no road over the mountain. And so it can be very difficult for families who maybe don't have great transportation to get to Donner Springs. And so I truly applaud this decision. And I ditto you with it. We're not going to we can't call them brush fire charts anymore. We're seeing lots of blue. But this decision has also created a little more balance amongst all those schools. So I, again, applaud that decision and the fact that it will give all of these families the opportunity to make some choice decisions going forward, similarly to what happened with Pine this year. We saw a lot of families making a choice to go to another school to prepare their students to not have to transition in the middle of their middle school years. So I also really appreciate the opportunity for families to get the information in Spanish. That was something that we heard really loud and clear from all of these families. And Chair Rogers, I always appreciate how you go out to the schools and you visit them, and that's something that you are carrying forward from previous chairs, but you have stepped it up and you've really, really taken on this new era of zoning and really ensured that the communities are heard and that you've given them that opportunity. And I know that your vice chair is also helping you out with that. And so I just want to applaud you for, again, you're a volunteer. You don't have to do all of this, but thank you for really caring about all these communities and talking with the principals and the PTOs and taking that time to really, truly hear from them. So I think that's all I have.
Thank you. And I will add that I believe this is mind-bending work, and I am impressed every single time. The partnership between the school district and Zach is commendable. The talent, the time, and the heart is, thank you for that. I do have a question about the Corbett Red. JJ, I think it's yeah, there you go. I didn't quite understand what you said, Tammy. Tell me a little more about that.
So thank you for the question. The Corbett Red with this zoning changes in 28-29 when the new elementary opens. We're currently also working on, which we started proposing last meeting in November, the rezoning for Loader, Veterans, Booth, and Corbett based off of Veterans and Corbett being repurposed in 27-28. So Corbett gets repurposed a year prior to this enactment. So we will then, during that zoning for that, take care of them interim into Smithridge, because that's where they're going to go anyway, and there's only approximately 10 students. So unfortunately in 27 they'll go to Smithridge, and then they'll go to the new elementary school. It's not specific here, but we will actually make that specific in that zoning recommendation so that they have a designated school.
And of course, they will be nurtured all along, because this can be a heavy change for them.
We can identify them and work with Smithridge to be inclusive with them and welcome them to that school ahead of time.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to jump in, just say thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the way you listen to the community. Thanks for the way that you collaborate with so many different partners to find positive solutions. No matter what we call these charts, the puzzle pieces are complicated, and you take great care in trying to exercise the principles that have been established around rezoning, adhere to those, and really make decisions that are in the best interests of our students and our families. And it is really complicated work, difficult work, and really appreciate the way that you go about it. So just want to say thank you.
I'll make this quick. I just want to express my gratitude to both of you. Mr. Rogers, I've been to several of the meetings. I don't go to all of them, but I will tell you, when I go, it's like a war zone there for you. I know you're taking shots left and right. I post up behind one of those pillars so I can't be seen, and I feel like I'm back serving in the Marine Corps, because I just peek over and I hide. So I commend you for that. Thank you, because I know it's difficult conversations, and it's difficult conclusions and resolutions that you have to come to. And I also, Chief Zimmerman, I really appreciate you guys do a great job, because even when you have the translators there, sometimes I myself, I hear things, I'm like, no, that's not what it means in Spanish. But you try, you know. But to actually have the literature is really, really good, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't repeat what's been said, but again, just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Tammy Zimmerman. Thank you both for your continued leadership, and all the members of the zoning committee. I think we all get to point one, and if mine's listening, thank you. You really make the job easier for us. This is hard work. I know two of the members on this body have served on the ZAC, and certainly look to you guys for your expertise. And I mean, I think, you know, I'm not sure there's been a time in this district, or maybe any district in this state, where you know, we've closed a middle school to build a new and larger middle school, and then close another middle school to build and reopen a new elementary school while closing 2 elementary schools. I mean, I don't think the best chess player in the world could really do the work that you've done so well. And as President Smith said, there's multiple right answers, but there's always a better answer. The only question I really have is looking at the map. I know there's a couple of charter schools. When we build that new school, that brand new school, was there any discussion that we could see an increase of enrollment, maybe some leakage from some of those nearby charter schools, if you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly.
Okay.
And we did. We had a presentation
Okay, great.
showing that there is, basically we've seen at some of our new schools an attraction factor. And we wanted to be able to welcome some of those students back if they chose to come back, as well as we know that there's special education needs at this new elementary school. And so there is room for an attraction factor there. It's really hard to quantify that.
Yeah.
But we're doing our best to make sure that we can welcome back as many to Washoe County School District as possible.
Fantastic.
All right, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
Pablo Nava-Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Nava-Duran. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Hello, guys. My name is Pablo Nava-Duran. I sorry I cannot attend a ZAC meeting because I was sick, had on fever. So I had to take care of myself. So I want to, so the communication with Spanish, I think it's idea of Antonio Arguello for Smith Ridge, the president of Smith Ridge PTA. That's his idea. So they say like most of the attendees of who are most affected NFIP were Spanish speaking people, so they speak all language. So I will get to it with Levy Booth on general public comment. So back to that, why I support all the purple one into a new elementary school Pine campus. The wet one is more connected to Smith Ridge than Washoe Corbett. I know Washoe Corbett about to close. You know, not my alumni school, Go Cougars. And the green one, you know, I still do support moving up to a new elementary school since the Pine closing, that green they always decided to move to Polly Middle School and then rezone back to Vaughn Middle School. And that make family more confusion for the middle school, but for elementary school, the map makes sense. And then for Dawson, you know, I talked about like option 1 is, you know, that the NFIP created by 2023. You know, there are like confusion. So we know the NFIP of a Pine Dean E. So option 4, it does look like similar to Pine Dean E, but you know, most of the community, you know, Dawson Hidden Valley or some Donner Stream voted for Dean E, but majority of Pine community voted for option B and C. You know, bigger fish get the smaller fish. That's a huge problem for community, and then, you know, I support the move North Dawson into Hidden Valley because I don't want to see Hidden Valley be on a new design. 1-4 grade teacher is not something you add on because they have a special program called PASS. There's a very behavior student. You know, you don't get to separate student, you know. I feel that for standard middle school, it should have 2 and 3 teacher per grade level. And the orange one was supposed to go to a new elementary school Pine campus, but those communities decide to go to North Main and then go to DePaul. I know many Smith Ridge like to go to DePaul, but it's, you know, too overcrowded, so I have no time for it. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Nava-Duran, and thank you for those insights. You're always very, very close to these communities.
The board received an email from Justin Solomine related to this item.
All right, I'm happy to make the motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the enrollment boundaries of the following schools as a result of the construction of the new elementary school on the current Edward L. Pine Middle School campus, effective beginning the 2028-2029 school year. Roger Corbett Elementary School, Smith Ridge Elementary School, Edwin S. Dodson Elementary School, Hidden Valley Elementary School, Donner Springs Elementary School, Kendall DePoli Middle School, E. Otis Vaughn Middle School, Earl Wooster High School, and Damani Ranch High School.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Hull, and we have a second by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, Chair Rogers, and thank you so much, Chair Zimmerman. We really, really appreciate you. Happy holidays. All right, team, that closes item 3.07. We're going to go ahead and take a brief break. I'd like to reconvene around 4:20, and when we do come back, I would like to signal to the community that we will open item 3.04, followed by item 3.01. So that will be our order when we restart the meeting. So now we'll enter into a recess. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to get started in about a minute, okay? In about 1 minute. All righty, everyone. All right. I'll shut the door. All righty, folks. You can sense the anticipation. It is 4:27 p.m., and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Prior to the break, we just wrapped item 3.07, and now we open a personal favorite of mine, my favorite agenda item every single year, the presentation and announcement of the 15th annual Holiday Card Contest winners. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and we have with us Michelle Anderson, our Chief Communication and Public Relations Officer, and Melissa Gillis, our Communications Specialist. We are so excited for this item.
Thank you so much, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. As President Smith mentioned, my name is Michelle Anderson. I'm the Chief Communications Public Relations Officer, and I have a wonderful colleague to my right, Melissa Gillis, and she'll say a few words in just a few minutes, but we want everyone to take a look around the room because we have some amazing artists in our school district. And I'd like to thank our communications team who put up all these beautiful artwork. And obviously we have some tall people because we had to get it over the doors too. The purpose of the annual holiday card design contest is to promote visual arts in our schools and to engage our students, families, and community members. The annual program is conducted by our office, and it offers our WCSD students the opportunity to submit drawings or artwork of for the district's annual holiday card. The winner's artwork represents our holiday greetings to our community through electronic and printed cards. As President Smith mentioned, this is our 15th year, and I want to thank Melissa personally for all that she does for this amazing project. She has grown it over the years, and she has done an incredible job when it comes to that. I also want to thank Miss Amy Barthel, the Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator, all of our outstanding art teachers, and our CTE team who has helped us promote this contest. Without them promoting it, it would not be successful. We're excited to recognize the winner. This is probably one of our favorite campaigns that we do all year long because it's communications. We work with our students every day because we're highlighting the work, but this one we get to kind of dig a little bit deeper, and it's wonderful for us. This year, Melissa went above and beyond with this competition, and so I wanted to point this out. I'm going to read from this to make sure I don't miss anything. She worked with our communications manager, Chad Hartley, who many of you know worked for UNR Athletics for years, reached out to her connections at the Nevada Museum of Art, and connected with our Education Alliance of Washoe County for their partnership with Shields. Because of our great community partners, I'm excited to share that each winner will receive a $50 gift card from Shields, a special gift package from the Nevada Museum of Art, and tickets to a basketball game at UNR, and then their artwork in a frame along with their certificate. So we wanted to do something really special. So thank you, Melissa, for your work on that, and thank you to our community partners for their generous donations.
I would also like to say thank you, and if any of the families would like to adopt a trustee when you go to the UNR basketball game, I think any one of us here would be more than happy to come along with you. Those tickets are hard to come by.
Yes, they are.
For the record, Melissa Gillis, Office of Communications and Public Relations.
The rules for the contest are simple. The artwork can include painting, drawing, photography, or computer-generated graphics, or any combination of them. The winning artwork is used for our district's holiday card that is sent out to the community in both an electronic form and a hard copy printed form. This year we've received nearly 800 entries, which was really great. Our department narrowed down the entries to 12 finalists, so that's 3 each from the grades K through 12, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. Just about everyone in our office has a role in conducting this contest, so I would like to thank all my teammates for all their help and assistance. So once we narrow down all the entries to the 12 finalists, the Office of Academics selects the 4 winners. In addition to the gifts that Michelle mentioned, the 8 finalists also receive certificates and will be displayed on our website and social media along with the winners.
If I could have a drum roll, please. You guys love doing that every year. We will look at the artwork from the finalists and announce the winners. We're going to ask all the winners to please remain seated, and we'll have you come up at the conclusion to receive your prizes, take group photos with our trustees and our superintendent.
So we're going to go through all the finalists and winners, and I'm going to share some of the judges' comments on these. So here, our first finalist from grade K through 2nd is Elliot Reeves. She's a 2nd grader from Inskeep Elementary. And what the judges liked about this were the cool wintry colors. They liked the texture and the shadows on the snowy areas, and the expressive face of the owl. We thought it was really cute. And then our second finalist, surprisingly, is this same girl. She had 2 finalists, and she actually had a finalist entry last year as well. So she obviously loves the contest, and we're happy to see all of her cool entries. So Elliot Reeves created this piece of artwork. In this one, you can see she's used warmer colors, and we thought it definitely said Nevada with the bighorn sheep and like kind of the bright sunset, and especially the nice weather that we've been having lately. It does seem like Christmas in Nevada. And then our winner for the K through 2nd category is Anna Ziebert, who's here with us. So this is so cute and funny. I think, you know, it's hard to not smile when you look at that funny reindeer. We loved the interesting and unique perspective that she did with the huge open mouth, and we thought it was really humorous, and we loved the really bright colors. So now we'll move on. Now we'll move to our 3rd through 5th grade finalists. Our first finalist is Nora Frazier, 5th grader from Hunsberger Elementary. And what we loved about this is probably pretty obvious for the Public Relations Office, that we have a lot of school district branding in this with the colors, and one of the balloons even has our little figures from our logo on it. So that was definitely something we really loved about it. And of course, a snowman that says they love school. You know, we hope everybody loves school. Our second finalist from grade 3 through 5 is Isla Welsh, a 4th grader from GOM Elementary. And I just wanted to mention that I think GOM might have had every single student in their school participate. I had the hugest pile from them, and I just thought that was really neat. So Isla's painting was really cool. You can't tell from the picture up there, but if you saw it in person, you would see that there were paint splatters that looked just like snowflakes. It was just really cool, and maybe if we ever get any snow, kids will actually be able to play during winter break. So our second finalist from grades 3 through 5 is,
oh, sorry, the winner of the 3 through 5 category is Ensley Granfield, who is here with us as well. She's a 5th grader from Hunsberger. And we loved the details in this. The more you look, the more you see all the little things she has going on there with the Washoe County School District arch, and she has the little ornaments on the bighorn sheep, and then there's even a little gingerbread man crawling up the side of the arch there. And we also really liked her lettering that she did on the season's greetings. So now we will move to our grades 6 through 8, and here's one of our finalists, Sophia Julian from Billinghurst Middle School, 7th grader, and I know I was not able to do anything like that in 7th grade. I think it's pretty phenomenal. The soft focus in the background with the trees and then like the sharp focus in the foreground is just really unique and well done. You know, the proportions on the horse just look perfect. It's realistic, and working in paint is really hard because you don't have a eraser or an undo button. So I think it's very impressive. We loved the expressive eyes on the horse as well, and the beautiful hand lettering. And then our second finalist was Romina Crespo-Vera, grade 6 from Swope Middle School, and we just thought this was super colorful, very bright, very detailed. She even went and like outlined everything a second time with a thin marker that makes all the details stand out. And of course, most of us are pet lovers, and we love the little cat and dog sleeping there in front of the fire. And then our winner from grades 6 through 8 is also here with us today, Carly Sarapelia. This is actually a painting, and in person it's even more impressive because you can see all the paint strokes and everything. We liked that it kind of captured the calm and peaceful feeling of the holidays. The texture is really wonderful with the paint that you can really tell when you see it in person as well. We thought the trees and the sky and the stone pathway all just looked amazing. And then our 9th through 12th finalist, our first one is Ashley Beck from Transition Academy, and this year we got a pile of entries from Transition Academy, and I was really honored and excited that they were participating this year. We loved this one because it is done in pastels, and it's really soft. Like if you see it in person, it just has a very soft, felty kind of feel to it. We thought it really reflected like the simple abundance of nature and just kind of bringing things back to the simplicity of the holidays and what's important. And of course, the little bird is just very cute. And then our second grades 9 through 12 finalist is April Little, grade 11, Reno High School. And this one just has so many little cute details. It's also painted, which is really hard to get that many fine details with paint. Even in the way background, you can see a truck with a little Christmas tree in the back. And if you look at the house on the left there, you can see a Christmas tree through the window. So she just has a lot of really cute little details and beautiful colors. And I personally also really liked her beautifully done hand lettering at the bottom. And then our winner from grades 9 through 12, Leah Golish from Galena High School. And yeah, I think that was pretty much our reaction too. It's very stunning. It's absolutely gorgeous. The texture of the trees and how she was able to capture like the stars glowing in the sky is just really amazing. It's absolutely gorgeous. The lettering at the bottom is beautiful, and yeah, it was also done with paint, so you can see you have to have a lot of skill to be able to paint that well.
And now we're going to call up each winner so they can take a photo with the trustees. We'll call you up one at a time and have any teachers and family join you for the picture. And then we will take a large group photo after each of the individual ones. So I will have Melissa call you up.
All right, that was wonderful. Gosh, I love this December meeting every year. All right, team, that closes item 3.04. And we are now going to bounce up to the first item in this, section 3, item 3.01, the approval and adoption of the negotiated collective bargaining agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association, WEA, for a term of agreement from 2025 to 2027. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us today our General Counsel, Kevin Pick, our Chief Human Resources Officer, Doug Owen, and the President of the WEA, Kaylin Evans. Thank you so much for being here, gentlemen. This is also truly a celebration.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, Trustees. I'm very happy to be here today with Chief Owen and WEA President Kaylin Evans. This is the third tentative agreement this cycle we've been able to present to you. And I'm going to start off this one a little bit differently than I have some of the others. And when I think about collective bargaining, I go back to the law. And NRS Chapter 288 outlines the rules for collective bargaining. And in 288, you see a lot of words like negotiate and bargain and impasse. But really at its core, collective bargaining is supposed to foster collaboration, to bring shared understanding, and to support employee success. It's a unifying process, and it's meant to ensure that both sides are heard and valued, because at the end of the day, the goal is to improve workplace practices so that we can better serve our students and our community. I think we accomplished that here with this tentative agreement, and I'm very happy to be able to present it to you tonight. It was a lot of work on both sides over many months, and it took a lot of time because these are important issues and these are important for a lot of people. And so it deserved that amount of attention that it got, and I'm happy to say that we reached an agreement here. I really want to commend both teams for their hard work and professionalism. Our teams are listed up here. They're large teams, and every one of the people you see up there contributed in their own way, and I really want to thank all of them for contributing to the overall success of this agreement. I also want to give special recognition to Superintendent Ernst, who for his leadership and support of our team behind the scenes. So again, thank you to both teams for collaborating and helping build a better collective bargaining agreement. Now, Chief Owen's going to get into more specifics on the actual agreement itself, but here you'll see just a brief overview of the agreement. It's a 2-year agreement. It's retroactive to July 1st, 2025. The 2-year term ends on June 30th, 2027. We touched 26 of the 35 articles in this CBA that we reviewed and revised. That effectively means that we touched almost every corner of the CBA and brought really important updates and revisions to it. And the ones that weren't touched were things like dues deductions and things like that, which doesn't really change from year to year. And so we really did bring really substantive, important updates that we worked on with collaborating with WEA on it, and very important. Through this, we created some new supports for educator recruitment, retention, and stability. We provided some extra support for our special education educators, and we incorporated the MOUs that were out there previously into the CBA so that they don't get lost in the future and so that everyone is very much on the same page. We also included some really important FLSA, Fair Labor Standard Act language to reaffirm the professional exempt status of these really important employees. And so with that, that's the overview, and we'll get to the specifics.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. Doug Owen, for the record, your Chief HR Officer. So thank you, President Smith, Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. So I'll jump right into the compensation highlights because I could go article by article, but we don't need to do that here. So the first portion is a 2% COLA for FY26. That is retroactive back to July 1st of 2025. That's the start of our fiscal year. And there are additional bonuses as a result of AB 398, which gives up to 7.5% COLA to certain positions. Most of those are special education or hard-to-fill positions. And then as we talk about next year, that same up to 7.5% is still there, but adds an additional 2% COLA in FY27, subject to some guardrails on the revenue that is experienced by the district. There is a guaranteed $1,000 retention bonus in FY27, subject to performance. So we want those educators that are performing well to receive those retention bonuses. And then finally, a general fund surplus sharing model. So if our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, comes up with creative ways to save money, we're going to share that with our educators and those individuals that are covered by the WA contract. And that would be in FY27. So there's several methods here to provide just baseline COLA and salary increases. Three more that I would like to mention: new vacancy savings stipends for elementary school teachers. So in the past, we've done something like a true up at the end of the year. This would be more of a, hey, if we aren't going to add an allocation, and there's some vacancies savings there, and you have to take on an extra child in your classroom, you would get an additional $800 or $1,000 for that child. So it's a direct one-to-one for that teacher that's picking up the additional work. The second portion here introduces a new market competitive salary schedule for our OTs, our PTs, our SLPs, and our audiologists. Previously, we had trouble recruiting and retaining those individuals. The market outpaced our salary schedules, if you will, and rather than paying for contracted services outside the district, we'd rather give that money to our employees and have them benefit, as well as, be actual members and employees of our district. And then finally, additional language that allows potential movement of step increases to individual anniversary dates. This one could be enabled by our new technology, the ERP project you may hear about in a little bit. Right now, everyone steps on July 1st to that next step, but potentially you could be missing out because if you start, like let's say in March, you don't actually step in July, you step next July. So it's like a 15-month waiting period before you step. If we do it on anniversary dates, it would just step every 12 months, right? And a few more compensation highlights here. These are expanded stipends and compensation factors. We made it a point to get away from hourly rates in the agreement. The individuals that are covered under this contract are professionals, and they're exempt professionals. So if you think about prep time, that includes now a $4,000 stipend per semester if secondary teachers are giving up their prep time. And this actually was adjusted to better reflect their daily rate. So more experienced teachers get additional money as compared to less experienced teachers, right? Previously, it was a flat rate across the board. If counselors or school social workers do take on additional duties, there is a 5% of daily rate stipend that they are also provided. Department lead stipends, we used to have 8 categories. We shrunk that down to 3, and they used to be, one example, $1,243.13 kind of thing as your stipend. We rounded all those, so made it a little bit simpler and more predictable for people and their paychecks. Geographic allowances, WA I think did a good job of representing that Incline and Cold Springs are pretty hard to fill positions at times, so they would also be eligible for a geographic allowance in the new contract. National board certs and advanced board certs. So previously, counselors, school social workers didn't have access for an advanced board certification, so like an ASHA certification, to get compensated for that. So we expanded that, and now they can. Our previous bilingual stipend was only applicable to Spanish, but as you know, the second most spoken in the district is probably Tagalog, as well as some other languages. So we wanted to open that opportunity for more bilingual stipends. And then finally, if you're temporarily assigned to home hospital duties, you can earn up to $150 a week. So those 2 slides cover most of the compensation factors involved in what was updated on these slides. I want to turn it over to Kalen for just a minute to talk anything he would like to say about the compensation portion.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Kalen Evans, president of the WA, and I was kind of joking because this is the first time. I've been here many, many times, as you all know, and it's the first time I've gotten to sit at this table. So I've officially made it, and I can retire. But I do want to echo previously, before we go into this, just the amount of work and time and effort that went into this. We started meeting informally with the district's team back in March. So we spent 9 months effectively. If you look at FaceTime with the district, we were about 100 hours of FaceTime. That doesn't count the time that we as a group meet internally before every meeting. That doesn't count the time that we're working on it with our staff to lead into that. And so I just it was truly kind of a lift, because as you all know, we are trying to navigate this contract with real fiscal limitations. And you guys know that as well as anybody, and we are continuing to move the needle and really address not only compensation but quality work elements, while all doing this and having to make legitimate cuts to our budgets given the lack of state funding for education. So I do just want to make sure I shout out our executive director, Summer Kay, our UNISERV director, Earl Spriggs, our vice president, Mario Fitzpatrick, secretary treasurer, Gilbert Lenz, or actually our treasurer, secretary Nicolette Andrini, and then Rachel Drake. She's one of our counselor reps over at Vaughn Middle School. She does a phenomenal job making sure that our other licensed professionals are very much front and center in the conversation whenever we're doing negotiations. And then one of our at-large directors, Kaylee Krentz, was also on our negotiation team. A couple of pieces that he had mentioned, I want to point out too with the increase to prep time. As you guys have probably heard, prep time is a major issue around secondary. Not only did that stipend come up, but that daily rate of pay is huge. It really reflects the value, right? A $40 stipend to a brand new teacher is one thing. For a veteran teacher, that's a lot different. And so when we're talking about how do we make it more equitable, how do we get more people to opt in to covering for prep, to shoulder the burden, this right here is really going to reflect that we're paying folks for the quality and the experience that they have. I also think too, the counselor and social work, I think it was on the slide before this, but we talked about them being able to be compensated on leave. This is an issue that we've been trying to address for a while now, because what happens is you have counselors at the high school level, one of them goes on medical leave or maternity leave. Those students are still being serviced, right? That work has to be shouldered. Historically, we've never had a mechanism to be able to compensate them in the same way that we would a teacher if they go on leave. We now have that. We really tried to make sure that we were filling a lot of holes in saying that we have a very unique and diverse bargaining unit, which is a strength of ours, but we have to make sure that it's not just solely focused on teachers. As you all know, we have a lot of people that play a really important role in our district, and so we did a lot with inclusive language, making sure that wherever there says teacher, that we have certified staff, so that it's clear that all of the protections and benefits and supports that are allocated within the negotiated agreement go to all members of our job family. And then there was one tease too with the tiered structure. All of them are special ed. The one that's non-special ed currently is our pre-K. So I know we were talking a lot about pre-K earlier. So even our general education pre-K teachers, because of the demand for those positions, are going to be eligible for additional compensation. And there were 4 schools actually too. The AB 398 allowed us to provide additional compensation for schools that had a really high vacancy rate. There are 4 schools that triggered those, and so all 4 of those schools, from at least a teacher standpoint currently, will be able to receive additional compensation as well. And then another piece, I keep saying another, because there's a lot of stuff in here, you guys. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff. And a few more slides. Yeah, you got a few more.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry. Keep going.
All right, well, it wasn't listed in the salary. As you all know, SB 231, that was the bill that allowed us to give those, at the time, 4% additional raises. That's always been a separate line item on the budget. We were able to get that worked into the salary schedule. Now, there's always provisions where, again, if the legislature doesn't continue to fund, those things can be impacted. But I want to be on the record and let everybody know that our entire salary schedule, right, is contingent upon the legislature continuing to fund education. If they don't continue to, be aggressive in funding it, which, let's be honest, they've never been aggressive in funding it, but if they don't, we could see our salary schedule impacted, right? And so, but what I think is great about that is not only is it going to help us with recruiting, because now when people look at the salary schedule, they're actually going to see what it is that they're going to be making. But then also some of these other national accreditations, including these differentiated tiers, well, they're being compounded on a higher base salary, right? So that base salary is actually higher now, and then these other add-ons. So there's additional compensation above by us being able to wrap that into the funding formula. It's some of these sort of nuances that you don't notice, but they cost the district money. That's an investment that the district's having to make, and it's an added benefit. And then we had mentioned the department leads. Middle school has kind of always been its kind of weird way of how they do department leads. They are all now on the secondary department lead, so there's significant increases to our to our middle school department leads as well. And so I think I got some more, but I'll wait till the next slide.
Fair enough. Thank you, Cam.
Yeah.
All right. So our next slide really moves away from compensation more into the leave modernization, if you will. When we started this, and we had a concept of paid time off. Currently, under the previous agreement, it was just sick time. So you had educators that wanted to take some time off, and they were using sick time to do that. And instead of doing that, we looked at a concept of paid time off. So they can use this for illness or to attend a doctor's appointment or go to their kid's function or whatever they need to use it for. And if you're a newly hired teacher or educator on your probationary years, you get 15 days of that. They previously got 15 sick days, so it looks somewhat the same. If you're post-probationary, you get 17 days. And those 2 extra days, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, come from other leave types that we have since eliminated. There were 18 different leave types in the contract where you could take a leave. We've consolidated that down to 7. And some of those 7, like military leave, are somewhat we have to put that in there, or jury duty leave, we have to put that in there. But for the most part, we've consolidated that down to temporary and extended leaves, right? So very, very simplified, which HR and payroll thank you for. But also I think it simplifies it for the individuals and the employees. They know what time off they're taking. At the end of the year, so if they don't use their PTO, that turns into sick time. And then they at the beginning of the next year get another lump sum of paid time off, right? So they still have kind of 2 banks, if you will, sick time and then your PTO time. So if you needed to take a leave, you can use both of those days for that. Annual sick leave cash out. Previously, you had to wait until your retirement to cash out your sick leave, and you could cash out to 190 days. Part of that problem might be that in your final year, you have more than 190, so you might take off additional time, and that was kind of the behavior. But instead, annually now, you can cash out those days and get a little bit of a benefit kind of as you go toward retirement. Again, I talked about combining leave types, simplifies it for us. We expand association leave, which was a priority for Kalen, and he'll probably talk about that a little bit, especially during negotiation years and legislative years where they need some additional time to go down to the legislature and advocate for public education. And so we added that in here, as well as granting a full another board member or designated person from WEA to go and help and support those efforts, either negotiations, legislative, or other work. And then finally, I'll talk a little bit about the flexibility that we've added into the contract. Because they are exempt full-time professionals, they should expect some flexibility in their work schedules. Yes, they need to be there while their students are in class. That makes sense. But if you need to leave early for a doctor's appointment or come in late because you have a pipe burst or whatever it is, right? Communicate with your principal, work with your principal to adjust your schedule a little bit and come in appropriately to cover for your classes. So we introduced flex time rather than a comp time concept, and that hopefully accounts for some of that. Okay.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So earlier this year, I was able to join a class with many of our educators. It was called the Innovative Leadership Institute. And it was really amazing. A lot of these staff members were working on policy recommendations that they were either making to the district or based on their experience. And one of them that I was very impressed by went straight to the heart of how complicated leave was. And then you also had to disclose certain things, and there's a lot of gray area about if someone could take a mental health day, like what would that be categorized, because there were so many buckets. I don't remember who that employee was, but I love that that voice right on the front line is reflected in that particular change. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and I think, just really quick, sorry, in
no,
response to that, I think the overall feeling was we wanted to treat individuals as professionals from both sides. And if you need to take a day off, we don't need to know. You need to take a day off, right? So, yeah, I think that was very at the forefront of our minds when we did that.
Yeah, and just to echo Mr. Owens, that was really the intent on this, is we have professionals that are working in the building, right? They're there for a reason, they're committed, and we want to treat them, right? If you need to take a day to go to your sister's wedding, take the day to go to your sister's wedding, right? Let's expect that we want them to act, right? Our folks to act like professionals. We need to treat them like professionals as well. And I think with the PTO, I mean, I'm aware, I believe there's one small county in Nevada that does something similar, but we're really the only district now that has a PTO type system. To me, that's a selling point, right, for the district, right? You're looking at, hey, what are all the tangible pieces as to why you should want to come work in the Washoe County School District? This is a huge piece right here that is going to make a quality of work a lot better. And then I also just want to give appreciation to Superintendent Ernst and his team and the Board of Trustees around, we've really focused on our ability as an association to make a positive impact in this community and around public education. We have 2,500 members, and I am the only governance pull-out member that's on full-time release. As you know, 104 schools that we visit, right? A lot of students, a lot of faculty. Us being able to have an additional person who's going to be able to really build community partnerships is our big focus. Legislative priorities that align with the districts and our shared interest on these things. That's really going to be a game changer for us to elevate our ability to again make a positive impact on public education in our community, which ultimately benefits every bargaining unit, right? It benefits everybody in our community, and so those were some things that were really a priority to us, and we were able to reach an agreement that we felt was supportive on both sides.
I have this next slide on.
Mr. Pick, one
sure.
second.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have a quick question on the rollover time, and I think you addressed this, but I just want to clarify. So that unused PTO that converts to sick leave, that does not expire. So if somebody is saving up for, say, maternity leave, they would be able to do so and then be paid out for their entire maternity leave if they've been able to save up all of that time.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the next slide here is on how we change things in the CBA to better support employees in the workplace, and particularly workplace safety. There was always a commitment in the CBA that was written in there for workplace safety. It's always been in there, and the previous version it was in there too. We worked with WA to update that commitment and to really call out some of the existing administrative regulations and policies and vehicles we had to address things like workplace harassment and discrimination and bullying. And so what we did is we worked with them to insert a reference to our administrative regulations and our existing policies into the CBA so that employees can have it right in front of them. They know exactly where to go. They know which regulation to pull and to pursue it through that. We also updated the grievance process and the problem-solving process. Really, it's the whole purpose of that process is to help us resolve workplace issues, make sure that staff feel heard and have an available space to resolve issues before it rises to the level of like an arbitration or something like that. It's our policy and practice to resolve it to the extent we can at the lowest level possible and to work with the association and the employees on workplace issues. And as part of that too, we reestablished that the grievance and problem-solving process were really the exclusive place to contest or to work with the district on these sort of issues that are in the CBA, these workplace issues. So we have a grievance process, we have a problem-solving process, let's use it rather than, go to court or something like that, which ends up costing everyone money and, further takes away from the valuable resources we have. And so that is,
I got to take advantage of sitting at this table. No, I apologize. Like, this is a really important, right, no. This is a really important slide, I think, because I think we need to understand the reality that we're facing in public education. And there's a lot of national polling, and it tracks here. Workplace conditions, right? When we talk about supports around student behaviors, supports around, dealing with other stakeholders in education, those issues are the leading cause right now of educators either leaving the profession or considering leaving the profession. It has jumped ahead in polling from above compensation and in class size. It's really, so us being able to have, some clear accountability on both sides, that the district and the association, we have tools in order to make sure that these things are being addressed, because we can pay educators as much as we want. If they don't have a workplace that is respectful, that is safe, that is conducive for their jobs, it doesn't matter how much you pay somebody at a certain point. It's just not the job that they want to do. And then that is also what is leading families outside of public education in many ways, is because families don't feel that their students necessarily always have the types of learning conditions. And so the shared commitment from the district and the association to create those types of working and learning conditions for students was a top priority for us, and I know it was a top priority for all of you, so that was a great agreement that we were able to come up with.
On that, before we continue, I really appreciate the focus on that, because both Trustee Hall and myself have both been appointed to the Commission on Recruitment and Retention. That was created out of SB 460. And so these are lessons, and these are things that we can very much consider carrying forward as best practices as a group comes together across the entire state to target exactly what you are discussing. And the answer that comes out of this commission, I'm sure, maybe will be compensation, but cannot just be compensation. So these really innovative practices are a great breeding ground for other ideas across the state.
Wonderful. Well, I will see you there, because I'm also on that commission. Yeah, surprise. Okay. So the last slide is really just some additional updates, and I won't go over all of these individually. I will call out just a couple things. One of the items at the very bottom, so medical insurance plans, as we look to innovate and get more creative about how we provide medical plans and our health plan, we wanted to create more of a floor, like we will provide this, but also add on some additional services that employees could provide or buy themselves, right? So yeah, there's some innovative ideas around concierge medicine, or having kind of your doctor on call, if you will, that can be part of health plans that we can offer, but they're far too expensive for us to afford as a district. But if an individual wants to take advantage of that plan, they potentially could, right, in the future. And then finally, the transfer window. I think this one, we talk about it every summer, right? You get some individuals that are transferring in the last weeks of July, and then you have to go hire, like a hiring blitz right before the August start date. We moved the transfer window back a little bit to provide that stability in June. So then through July, you're really focusing on some hard to fill positions rather than worrying about people kind of moving around from school to school. So those are our final updates. I do want to say just a final token of appreciation or notice of appreciation following our guiding principles. But thank you to the WA leadership team and everybody that Kaylin mentioned. Our district negotiation team, and there were only 8 names up there, but there's so many more people behind the scenes that are pulling data. We're in a session, and it's like, well, how many hours did this happen last year? And they do a fantastic job. Some of those are in HR, some of those are in payroll. And then just everybody for being collaborative, especially toward the end. And maybe it was the holiday spirit, and that's great. But I felt like in the last few months here, we've actually driven towards solutions and identifying the problems and not arguing about language. So thank you to everybody. We're looking for your, of course, approval and adoption per the agenda of the new collective bargaining agreement.
Sorry, real quick, I need to shout out to, I know, sorry. Again, thank you. The district's team, as he said, a lot of collaboration. I think we need to understand too, when we looked at this, I don't want to call specific districts, but our biggest competitors, right, we're settling for 0% in their contracts, right? We actually not only were able to provide it, but move the needle forward. And we did all of this, and we wouldn't have been able to do a lot of these things, without our CFO, Mark Mathers, and his wizardry around finances. I've been on this, up here and been on the record before. We're very blessed to have somebody of his expertise in that position because, you all are having to cut north of $25 million due to lack of state funding, and we were still able to put tens of millions of additional dollars investing into our bargaining unit in spite of all that. So I just wanted to again say thank you for this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Well, yeah, I'll just be brief. It's 'tis the season. Thank you for getting this done just before the holiday season. I think it's a great Christmas holiday present for all our teachers. I think everybody behind this dais, whether we've been in the classroom or we haven't been in the classroom or whatever our background is, have a great appreciation and love and respect for our staff. My priority has always been fundamentally to ensure that our principals and our teachers have the resources they need to do the jobs and to help our kids be successful. That means a lot of things. It means safety. We talked about that. It means compensation. I know you've made a lot of sacrifices over the last several months. President Evans, I was thinking President Kalin, but President Evans. So, Doug, thank you and your team and our finance team and our general counsel team, led by Mr. Pick, for all the work that you've done and the time that you've spent on this. I'm really pleased that we've have been able to come to an amicable conclusion. So, thank you all. Have a wonderful holiday. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. So a couple of things. First, I really appreciate middle school ILs being included in a reasonable stipend for that. Have that experience, and I really appreciate that. Also, I just want to applaud the concept of using the term professional around everyone in this bargaining unit. I think that unfortunately has been something for many, many years that we've struggled with in the education profession. But most recently, there were some changes at the National Department of Education that plain out said that teachers were not professionals and that nurses were not professionals and licensed employees were not. And I really appreciate that we are doubling down on that and ensuring that this process included speaking about our teachers and our other licensed professionals as professionals. So my question is for President Evans, if you could just share a little bit about the process in which, once this was approved, what you went through with your membership to ensure communication to all members of the bargaining unit. And I know there was a vote and all of that, but if you could just sort of share the timeline, however that worked, so that we have an understanding of how they were communicated with in case they're contacting us with questions.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, Kaylin Evans for the record. I'll be honest, it's been a sprint, right? Because we had this deadline of a meeting. We were not wanting to request you all to call the special meeting, and we wanted to get this done before the holidays. I think there was a real intent of not having this hanging over heads as we go into winter break. And so when our last meeting, we were both sides for 10 hours. And then immediately the next morning, myself and Mr. Owens going back and forth, like just trying to get this across the finish line. Fortunately, we presented to our membership back on Wednesday of last week. From there, the next day, voting has been open. From there, it actually closed today. We had some bylaws that we needed to adhere to, so we need to make sure that the voting process allowed for time. I've been answering emails like crazy. We did another Zoom meeting the following day that was open to all members. It's been a constant just answering. I've been already to schools to present to some staff, and our building reps who are champions at all of our schools have been in just constant communication to make sure that people knew what they were voting for and could ask as many questions as possible, but also understanding, we needed to move because of the timeline of when we concluded negotiations and wanting to get this done and hopefully voted on by you all before the winter break.
Thank you, President Smith. Sorry, my voice is getting worse and worse. Don't laugh. am so grateful, President Kalen, Chief Doug, Council Kevin, and everyone else that worked tirelessly and just efficiently for the most part. You guys, you just kept your heads down and you just kept going, and I appreciate that. I too am very thankful. Most of my advocacy is around middle schoolers. They're my heart, and I think it's a very tough age group, not just for the kids but for our teachers, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate you guys not leaving anyone behind. You thought of everyone and included them, and that shows teamwork, that shows thoughtfulness, that shows consideration and love for the people that are in this industry and what we're trying to accomplish. And I also I thank you very much for making sure that the teachers that have been doing the work over and above are getting something back. I know it's not the world, but they're moving mountains. They really are. All the little extras that they do, and I really appreciate that we're able to give them something to show our appreciation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've always expressed our most important job at the district is to serve our kids. And in the same vein, I believe that the most important resource we have are our employees. So I also want to express my gratitude on both sides. Most importantly, that you got it done before Christmas. So we're very, very grateful for that. And we're very grateful to see that we're treating, I'm sorry, that's not the right word. I wouldn't say treating. But we have a theme here at the district that we keep trading up. So I appreciate that. We're doing it with our FMP and we're doing it with our employees. So I think we're going in the right direction. So thank you.
What everybody else said. No, I'm just kidding. No, there was a lot said, but the main thing that I really like to point out was, I think I heard you say earlier, consolidating and updating the contract and going line by line and kind of getting where we're at today. Some of the older language and sort of the things that were not necessary and trying to find a way to streamline that process. I really appreciate that when I was listening to all this on the updates going on that we were talking about. So it'll help in the future as you move forward. And I see that part there. So thanks a lot for you guys' work on that.
So obviously so many wonderful things have been said here. What I would really like to bring attention to is the incredible respect and the sharing of admiration and appreciation that I've seen here. And I really want everyone that's watching this to know that we're on the same side. We are a team, and we're working with incredibly precious resources with our funding. But the fact that the team came together to find solutions that do capture everyone's interest, that show them that we're working as hard as we can for them, is really important, and it's special, and it's a selling feature, because when people look at what district they want to come to, particularly if you live here in Washoe, you do not need to be a teacher in Washoe. There are many districts in very, very close proximity to us. But when people watch these meetings and they see how we conduct ourselves and they see this relationship here, they know that they're truly joining a team. And President Evans, I want to also say thank you for how you've called out the members of all of our team here, and particularly CFO Mathers, who I personally believe is the Obi-Wan Kenobi of education budgeting. I am sitting here because of a deep admiration of two teachers back in 2016 that had a class of 45 kids. And so every single contract that we ratify and every single step we take forward honors that commitment to do what's best for our greatest resource. And Clerk Woodley said it best. So thank you so much to every single educator who is listening to this. Thank you. Thank you. We are better because of you, and our children will reach their potential because of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam President. I too offer my thanks and appreciation. You know, some things were said there about problems, solutions, collaboration, really trying to get at the heart of understanding, and from understanding be able to get to what it is that will make improvements and how it can be codified within an agreement. I think that the guiding principles really serve us well in these types of situations, and really, you know, want to make sure that they never are just words. But tonight I heard the dais use a lot of like terms around respect, around collaboration, around humility. Humility is a really big piece when you're working through the negotiations on behalf of other people. And I applaud your efforts in that area, because that's not an easy area when you're leading such a diverse group of people. Knowledge, we tapped into a lot of new, more innovative, more progressive approaches to how we go about creating better working conditions for our employees, which is at the heart of what we want to do. Certainly the agreement is a demonstrated effort towards continuous improvement. And then I hear all of the appreciation here. So when I think about how do you work through very difficult situations that require a great deal of input, a great deal of thought, these principles help us move forward in these areas. And I'll kind of leave it with the one that I think is most fundamental, and that is around trust. Trust is essential. And I hope and continue to want to make sure that we are taking steps forward with trust in our district, among each other, because if we're going to continue to step forward doing the amazing things that we want to do for staff, for students, for families, trust will be at the core of what takes us to that next step. So I just wanted to highlight how important I think this work has been, how appreciative I am of our teachers. I know the unit is far more than teachers, but I am a teacher at heart, and came into this profession very committed to wanting to improve things for teachers, knowing how fundamentally important they are for our students. And so I just conclude with that, with gratitude, with thanks to our trustees, and I hope that this is a nice holiday season for everybody. So thank you.
JJ, do we have any public comment?
I have no cards for this item.
All right.
Okay, are you ready to entertain a motion? Go ahead. I'll move that the Board of Trustees approves and adopts the negotiated collective bargaining agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association for a term of agreement from 2025 to 2027.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Nicolette. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard something. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much, team. And now we're going to get together and take a photo. All right. Thank you all so much. So that closes item 3.01, and now we're going to skip back into the middle of section 3 and open up item 3.05, the discussion and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 25-041, a resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $100 million in general obligation, limited tax, school improvement bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenue, Series 2026B, and authorizing officers of the district to take other actions necessary to complete the issuance and related matters. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us today our CFO, Mark Mathers, or Obi-Wan, if we want to call him that, and then our controller, Kyle Rodriguez. I do want to just apologize we've taken a lot of pictures, but we are not actually going to take a celebratory photo for this one, but that does not mean we don't have joy in our heart as we discuss this bond resolution. Okay? All right. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thanks for managing my expectations there. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Madam. Yeah. Thank you, Madam President, trustees. As you said, with me is Kyle Rodriguez. I'll be transitioning debt management responsibilities to Kyle here in the future, so we're going to co-present on this item as we do that transition. But as you noted, the bond resolution here authorizes us to sell up to $100 million of WC1 general obligation bonds, and those bonds will fund the rebuild of Loader Elementary School. We have the bid period's out. We will open bids next week on that. And then later, if approved by the board as a project, the future modernization of Palmer Elementary School. Together, those add up to roughly $100 million. Previously, the County Debt Management Commission approved $200 million of WC1 bonds. This is the last tranche of that $200 million authorization. And as part of that process, we've gone through a number of series of weekly publications and a petition period for these bonds as required by law. So again, the revenue source to pay for these bonds are our WC1 sales taxes. As we noted in our staff report, we collect close to $65 million of sales taxes per year, and our debt service on WC1 debt is only $41 million, probably around the neighborhood of $46 million after these bonds. So we're very comfortable in our ability to cover debt service with revenues, even in a potential recessionary scenario.
So the plan for this bond sale is to bundle the WC1 bond with the previously approved $50 million GO bond, and we will sell in January. So the reason we're going to sell these together is it is going to allow the district to realize a cost saving in bond issuance costs. January has also traditionally been a strong time to issue debt, as we have seen significant bond maturities in the municipal bond market, which is going to make investors eager to reinvest these funds and should allow us to seek better pricing in our sale. Lastly, the Federal Reserve is meeting later this week, and we believe we will see another rate cut as the financial markets have priced in a 25 basis points or 0.25% rate cut with 90% probability. So we will keep you apprised if anything changes with that, and we believe our interest cost will be between 3.5% to 4%. And I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you. All right, seeing none. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, well, I'll bring it back here if there's the pleasure of the board.
Alrighty, I'll make the motion. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 25-041, a resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $1 million in general obligation limited tax school improvement bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenue Series 2026B, and authorize officers of the district to take other actions necessary to complete the issuance and related matters.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix, and we have a second by Trustee Westlake. Seeing,
can we make sure we get clarification that it's for $100 million?
Yeah, $100 million. Clarification.
Thank you.
There you go. No, just that part.
all right, thank you for that clarification. So we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix And we have a second by Trustee Westlake with the correction for the 100 million. And seeing no other lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Mathers. Yeah. All right, team. Now we're going to continue on with item 3.06. This is the approval of agreement for enterprise resource planning, ERP software procurement and implementation services with Cherry Road Technologies, Inc., beginning January 1st, 2026, for a term of approximately 2 years in the total estimated amount of $9,954,960 and approval of the affiliated agreements with Oracle for a total possible term of 9 years, including optional renewals in the total estimated amount of $11,433,728.25. This is an item for possible action. And we have with us our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, our Chief Information Officer, Chris Turner, and our Chief Human Resources Officer, Doug Owen.
Thank you very much again, Madam President, trustees, joining both Chris, myself, and Doug as our incredible ERP team in the audience. They've done incredible work. And we also have our proposed vendor for this contract, Cherry Road Technologies, in the back of the room. So as you noted, we are looking tonight for your approval of an agreement with Cherry Road Technologies in a total dollar amount of slightly less than $10 million. And then we're asking for your reapproval of subscription agreements with the Oracle Cloud ERP software system. These costs are identical to what you, the software costs are identical to what you approved last year. As we'll go into the presentation, we've had to make the necessary decision to terminate a contract with a prior vendor here and move on to Cherry Road Technologies. We feel very comfortable and confident about this recommendation to you. And I'm also happy to share that very likely this will be a cost neutral, if not a net cost savings item in the future, which we'll explain later. Lastly, just to confirm to you, this project is capital funded. It is not a general fund cost. So again, no general fund dollars for this contract with Cherry Road. And again, we believe this will be a cost neutral proposition. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Okay, thank you. Enterprise resource planning, as it says there, is a description for a software platform that administers the business and human resources functions of an organization. And those functions are outlined there on the slide on the right. Approving this agreement will allow us to continue consolidating a collection of legacy tools into a single streamlined platform, which will thus improve our employee and district efficiency. The challenges necessitating the change included staffing changes by the vendor without our permission, a lack of Oracle expertise, and the vendor's inability to attend to our expressed deficiencies, even though we communicated those. So about Cherry Road. Cherry Road arrives to us with an impressive list of references, especially in the K-12 segment. And those experiences we're looking forward to being successful in our own implementation. Timeline. The July 2027 completion date coincides with both the new fiscal year and the summer holiday, providing a high level of successful training opportunities for all of our users. And we also like the fact that it's the summer holiday and it's sort of a quiet period during the school year.
And so just to revisit the cost here involved with the ERP implementation, this is a significant software project, of course, probably the largest the district has and will endeavor to complete, in the next decade or so, certainly in the past couple decades. So to go kind of through the history real quick, we did have a contract. You did approve a contract with AST back last year for $11.2 million. We paid $1.87 million, leaving a balance of $9.3 million. Our contract with Cherry Road is roughly $600,000 more than that unspent savings amount, at again slightly less than $10 million. Mitigating that cost increase, we've made the decision to terminate a consultant contract related to the ERP project. That consultant helped us during the RFP preparation and selection process, but in kind of evaluating things, we really feel like our ERP team has gained, really significant experience. We also have additional leadership in our IT department, and we feel comfortable with, ending that relationship and moving forward. So that will save $500,000. As we, moving on to the next slide then, to compare costs, our original budget, as you can see, was $12.36 million, $11.2 million for that AST contract, and then consultant costs of $1.1 million. As it stands today, we're looking at a revised budget of $12.4 million. Again, showing you here the contract costs with Cherry Road of $9.95 million, or roughly $1.25 million less than our contract with AST. And again, our consultant costs there show that savings of $500,000. What will help mitigate our costs here even further is a provision in the contract we've negotiated with Cherry Road that acknowledges there was a fair amount of work done from January through May with AST earlier this year. And so we're hopeful that some of that work can be salvaged and saved, and we don't need to redesign and reconfigure some of the modules in our ERP software. And if that's the case, there's a provision in the contract where we will get a credit or discount against the $9.95 million. So if we get a discount of $100,000, we're at a net cost neutral situation. If there's a discount or credit of more than $100,000, we're actually save money by moving to Cherry Road Technologies. So, again, whenever we have to kind of switch contractors, in this case, the system implementer of the Oracle software, it's never an easy decision. We did go through a careful review of the services that we had received from AST. Really, by and large, the progress we made on this project was due to our ERP team, who really led the efforts with not as much guidance from AST as we hoped for. And so we made a quick decision here to change vendors. A lot of times you'll read in the newspapers how agencies have spent tens of millions of dollars, get to the finish line on an ERP project, and realize that software does not fulfill their needs, doesn't work, has major issues. We didn't want to get to that point. So we have made a quick hook here in replacing AST with Cherry Road, but we really feel confident in the relationship with Cherry Road. They have come out to our offices, I think 3 or 4 times, as they've done their own due diligence on our project. And we feel really good about the collaboration we've seen from Cherry Road. We feel really good about their knowledge of the Oracle software. They've been able to clarify and correct a lot of the confusion and misunderstandings we had previously. So we feel good, actually, about where we're at. We want to acknowledge that there is an extension to the implementation date from the original go-live date of April 1st, 2026 to July 1 of 2027. But in hindsight, I really feel like that timeline, I think all of us feel like that timeline of April 1, 2026 was unrealistic. That was a really quick push. It was a mid-fiscal year implementation, which in hindsight I really would question why that was advised by AST. The new timeline begins on the beginning of the fiscal year, the first date of the fiscal year, which really helps out, obviously, transitioning fiscal years. But more importantly, we feel like that longer timeline will guarantee a successful conversion of our old software to our new software. There is a massive amount of change and change management and training that we will need to go through with all of our district employees, most importantly at the school sites. So whether whether it's timekeeping, entering a purchase requisition to get a purchase order, budget adjustments, you name it, there's hardly anything we do that doesn't route through our ERP software. So it's important to conduct proper level of training, and an extended deadline or timeline will give us that. So again, the superintendent's recommendation here is to approve the agreement with Cherry Road Technologies for that ERP software implementation in that dollar amount of $9.95496 million, and then reapprove new subscription agreements for the Oracle ERP system itself for a term of 9 years, totaling $11.433 million. All of us here are happy to answer any questions you have, as well as, again, having our vendor here if you have any questions for them.
Just for me, first of all, thanks for doing all that work, and to the ERP team, is that right? Hey, man, thank you very much for identifying that stuff and bringing it forward, and working hard and making it happen. One of the notes I really wanted to say was that we're making updates to our systems, things that are old, maybe a little obsolete, a little outdated, so it'll help us be more efficient in the future in making this good call and really actually catching it before it became even worse. Because you know how those contracts can be and you're trying to wiggle out of it. So I really do appreciate that you guys identifying it and making it happen for the district. So thank you. That's my comment on.
Thank you, Madam President. So I've heard of the nightmares and I've lived it, where you have fellow employees that say management isn't listening to us and we're being forced to use this system. So I'm very, very happy to see that that didn't happen here. Staff came up, spoke up, and management listened and made the changes that were needed, and we're going to win in the end. So thank you very much.
I've been through a Workday product update, and the one thing I do know is it definitely takes an entire team effort, and it's never over. It's just the nature of the beast. So I do have a question. Actually, I have two questions. Thinking back on the initial AST, what are your newly discovered assurances that this work can and will be completed by 7/1/27? And then I'll ask my next question.
I'll start. Chris and Doug, I know, have thoughts here. I will say, again, we learned a lot going through a not so pleasant experience. And I know that those lessons learned were integrated into the new contract with Cherry Road Technologies. We beefed up a number of sections of the contract compared to that first AST contract. We have identified, special considerations that the vendor will need to take into account, so that's now in writing. No one can come back and say, you never told us that. That's going to be a change order. We spelled out pages of standard reports that we expect to get out of it, because, again, that was something we heard. Oh, you want that report? That's going to be a change order, something as simple as a budget to actuals report. So there have been a number of efforts and intensive reviews we made to the actual contract that you see in front of you to protect the district more effectively and, set a proper course for the project. So I'll just say that from kind of a contract and procurement perspective. And I should have also acknowledged Andrea Sullivan, our procurement director, who, as we all know, digs deep into these contracts and really worked with the vendor in a very intensive way to get this done. So I'll turn it over to the others here to answer that as well.
Doug Owen for the record. You asked about the confidence portion, and outside of the contract, I think that Mark explained exceptionally well. I think the level of engagement we've seen from Cherry Road in comparison to what we saw previously, the fact that they've been on site, I actually think it's 5 times for like multi-day visits to sit with our ERP team and go through like, hey, what is missing? What do you need for us to put in this contract? I think just the confidence that we have in their ability to deliver. At this point, while we were working with our past implementer, they had already changed out the project manager 3 times. Right. So it's a complete difference and a shift in the way that we have confidence in our new implementer to say, hey, we have a level of trust here, and Superintendent Ernst talked about that a little bit, that we're going to be able to deliver this. And they've been very transparent with us, things like the timeline. that, hey, July 27 is probably a more realistic date than January of 27 or March of 26, right? So I will just speak from a confidence perspective, and every time we talk to them, they're actually listening and willing to incorporate our changes into things like the contract.
And then to put a finishing point on it, we talked about contracting and we talked about personnel and staffing, but we've also found that their level of Oracle expertise is far deeper than we experienced in the first implementation. So when they looked at the environment that was pre-configured or configured, there was confusion, there was some mistakes taking place. And when we ask those follow-up questions, we feel really comfortable in the responses. We feel there's a great degree of trust and knowledge in our implementer on this occasion.
Thank you. And it sounds like there were a whole lot of lessons learned 360, huh? So ended with the right expert on this one. Are we going to need to put some time and money into our servers so that to be able to handle this new system?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to discuss moving from an on-premise software application, which Business Plus is, to a cloud. It's hosted in Oracle's cloud. So from now on, it's just about bandwidth instead of the servers that we have. So there's a lot of advantages in using somebody else's cloud too. So security patches, maintenance updates, all those are taking place in the background, and they're much more fully tested prior to reaching us. So we're really excited about the opportunity to move to the cloud versus using our hardware.
Your smile tells me that you're excited. Thank you.
So to the ERP team and to Cherry Road, what you are undertaking is the technology professional equivalent of climbing Mount Everest. It really, really is. This part that we're going through right now is actually pretty common. The not so common part is that it has to happen in public. So these are really normal things that happen in technology integrations and implementations. It just happens to be that we're a public entity, so we make these decisions in public. But I wanted to say thank you so much. Thank you to Cherry Road. We're really looking forward, pending the outcome of this vote, having you as members of the team into the ERP team. You have my enormous gratitude because I actually do understand what an undertaking like this truly is. So thank you. And of course, thank you to these gentlemen, but thank you to this team over here.
Thank you, President Smith. I too want to say a thank you to the team, to Cherry Road, to the ERP team. As President Smith said, perhaps the equivalent of climbing Mount Everest. If we need some oxygen as we're going up, let's make sure that we grab it, because I think that this project is critical to the success of Washoe County School District moving forward. I think it's some of the most transformative work when we look at the current system that we have. It has tied our hands in many ways, and this is an opportunity for us to step forward. And so to the ERP team, I hear nothing but kudos for the work that you guys are putting in, and that is really appreciated, because this is some of the most transformative work we have in Washoe County School District, and it is critical that we take advantage of this opportunity and really make sure that we get to the system that we want. And so I appreciate everybody working together, recognizing that, and staying committed to that. So thank you, everyone.
On that, JJ, do we have any public comment for this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back here to this body.
Okay, Madam, I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the agreement for enterprise resource planning, software procurement, and implementation services with Cherry Road Technologies Incorporated, beginning January 1st, 2026, for a term of approximately 2 years and a total estimated amount of $9,954,960. Whew! And approves the affiliated agreements with Oracle for a term of 9 years in the total estimated amount of $11,443,728.25.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Clerk Woodley. We have a second by Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here, all of you, truly. Happy holidays. All right, team, that closes item 3.06 and section 3 in its entirety. So as a reminder, earlier this meeting, I had already opened section 4, so we're going to go back into the opened section 4. We had previously completed item 4.01, our student representatives report, and we'll now continue with item 4.02, our individual board reports. And we will go ahead and be led off by Trustee Phoenix.
All right, good evening, colleagues, staff, and community. Since my appointment in January 25, I committed myself to understanding the true pulse of District C. I wanted to find out more what it's like to be a trustee. My journey has taken me over to 40 schools. I've been listening to principals and staff and listening to those issues of and how they're addressing chronic absenteeism and community engagement. And I've gained firsthand perspective from classroom in the education, what's happening every day. So it's good to go and visit the schools and not just go and say hi. You actually ask these questions, and you learn a few things that you might want to bring back to the district and maybe make some changes. The primary takeaway, though, is that on their school framework, when they get the report card, they have the quantitative data that measures all those numbers and stuff, but really the qualitative data that the why and the how. And they don't measure the dedication and the specific community engagements and the unique strategies that each school employs to make their school successful. Each metrics alone do not provide an accurate account of what's the overall success. So, one of the things that I really liked that going to the school visits this year and, being involved is really listening to the principals and getting to know them. The first time around, I was just kind of a new guy going, hey, how you doing? What are we doing here? I don't even know what we're doing. But this time around, I was actually just wanting to know the principals and just trying to know the staff, and then really kind of understand what's happening in that district, and then providing those little feedbacks here and there with things. Also, all the engagements from graduation that you've all experienced, one right after another, having to change ties and tie and regalia and all those things like that. It's been a great year for me to be involved as a trustee. And then even though we still have all the other challenges of declining enrollment and the budget constraints, and we're still battling chronic absenteeism, and we've got so many things in play with the facilities modernization plan to meet the 21st century educational demands, my journey has been great, and I've learned quite a bit. And the one thing that I will leave with in this report here today is really the takeaway that is about the data-driven targeted being specific, really trying to find out where those numbers at, where does it say this, and where do those change. And in one of the conversations that I had with the superintendent was talking about our priorities and really looking at, our time management and what is important now was a big takeaway for me. So, there's a lot more that I would like to say in this report, but the biggest thing that I really do like after this year is that I've enjoyed the experience. And I look forward to, being here next year. Of course, I'll be running for the seat again, and I'm learning every day all the time, and I really appreciate everybody here on the board. So that's my end of the year report for you all. Thanks.
All right, I got my pictures into JJ on time this time. That's mine. I enjoyed Thanksgiving morning at the Sparks a Turkey Trot. It was a little chilly, but we dressed up and we had a great time. That's my best friend and her parents. And then I just realized I misspelled Silver Bell. It's supposed to have an extra E on the end. Sorry about that, Silver Bell. But I was in our nation's capital last week for work, but I felt like I needed to share this because we got to go to the Capitol tree lighting and see Miss Silver Bell lit up, and it was absolutely incredible. And we got to see Grady, a young student from Story County, just nearby, share his view of Nevada, and it was so cool. If you haven't read his entry please read it because it will remind you of how incredible Nevada is. So it was a very, very chilly night, but we saw several familiar faces from Nevada and from the Washoe County area. So that was really cool to see so many people. And then, of course, we already shared about Nikki. Really, it was very, very special for me to get to nominate her. Nikki and I have known each other for many, many years, and she is an incredibly important friend to me. And then in this role, I've just really appreciated how much she supports us. So it was awesome to get to celebrate her on Saturday. And to also I flew home on Friday from DC so that I could be at the conference on Saturday, and I got to see two of our amazing Washoe County folks present. So Dr. Hartzog and Michonne Otuafi both presented, and I got to sit in their sessions, and that was really incredible to spend the day with our colleagues. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Try and push my voice a little bit here. Okay, I attended the Honors Orchestra at the Pioneer Auditorium. These musicians are amazing. Our 7th, 8th graders and high schoolers, absolutely amazing. And the stage presence alone is breathtaking. I co-hosted with Katrina, the art teacher of Mendive, Paint Night, and it was a huge turnout. It raises money for the art classes there at Mendive. Visited Hug High School and Catherine Dunn Elementary School. This has nothing, well, it does kind of have something to do with education. I visited Ormat. It's a geothermal plant out southwest of town, Mount Rose Highway. But the good thing, the important thing here is it is a potential partner for us and to create pathways for our kids, for careers. And so I'm super excited to see what occurs with that. I also attended the NASB conference Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I am the appointed director to represent Washoe County School District, and I am so proud to do so. Nevada Association of School Boards is doing incredible work. Their collaboration, their support, just amazing group of people trying to move the needle for our students. And I just want to give a shout out to Nikki. I am so proud of her. She is a true gem for our school district, and I'm very happy that she won that award. And I'm proud, very proud of our district for achieving and being awarded the President's Award of NASB for School District of the Year. So thank you. Oh, and sorry, I know I was almost there to get out fast. I want to wish everyone a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
I just want to express my gratitude to, we have a lot of partners in our schools, and communities in schools is one of them. Last week I got the opportunity, once again, I go there annually, Sparks High School. We do role-playing for interviews, job interviews for the kids. So it's really nice to see them do that and to give them pointers on how to express themselves positively and, when they're looking for a job. So that was great. I also want to give a shout out to Miss Dugan from Trainer Middle School. She's the principal over there. She's doing great things. She's changing the culture. She's doing wonderful things. She had a concert and a Thanksgiving dinner. So I was able to participate in that Thanksgiving dinner. That was beautiful. And lastly, I just want to give a shout out to the Lancers for winning the state championship. That was beautiful. I promised Mr. Schreiber that I was going to wear McQueen today at the meeting, so I had to stay in suit earlier, but I made sure to wear this towards the end. And I just want to wish everyone a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and whatever you believe in, enjoy it, enjoy the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I see a lot of people in the audience, so I'm going to be really quick so they can provide their comments. I just want to give a shout out to Sky Ranch Middle School. This is what they call the hangars. You know, the middle school Sky Ranch is their mascot is a Thunderbolt. It's an airplane, and demographics are changing there. We're seeing more single. Multifamily units, apartments, and so interestingly enough, that neighborhood is changing. It's evolving. And they are really staffing up there to support their students with food, with some supplies, with opportunities to feed some of their families during this holiday season. So I really wanted to give a shout out to them. And I know there's some other culinary students that have been working hard throughout our school to feed some organizations that need help. I also want to give a shout out to the Spanish Springs High School and McQueen football team as well. And the Spanish Springs tennis team did a great job this year as well. I don't want to forget them. And again, I'm going to be brief because there's a lot of folks in the audience, but I know in the Mayberry household we celebrate Christmas and the birth of Christ, but whatever your spiritual or religious organization or religious orientation is, I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. Hope everybody has a very peaceful and joyful and safe and prosperous holiday season and New Year. So thank you.
I have had music-filled life in the past couple weeks, and to start out with, I, with my colleague, attended the Pioneer Honor Orchestra. And there is Maya with her contrabass. And like my colleague Colleen said, those students were absolutely amazing from all over the school district. We have, without a doubt, a world-class music program. There is absolutely no doubt about it. 7th through 12th grade musicians throughout the district. I attended Trainer Middle School and their winter band concert, and the gym was filled with families and friends. And what was really fun was hearing the students, I guess, kind of egg on their fellow musician students, and it was just a wonderful event. And then to wrap it up, at the Nevada Association of School Boards, their 3-day training, the Natchez student dancers performed. They were absolutely just the cutest things. I don't know if they'd want me to say that they were cute, but they were. They were just so cute with their Native American homemade costumes, and they had so much fun, and they were just very special. And then Mendive Middle School Band entertained us. And when I say us, I mean the Nevada Association of School Boards. So it's all 17 school board districts throughout Nevada. 104 of our fellow trustees and many other people. It was wonderful. And Damani Ranch, they performed, and Maya was with her fellow musicians playing her contrabass. Bass, excuse me. That's the big tall one, and she's a tall young lady, and it's even taller than she is. I want to congratulate Nikki Gubbles, like we all have been, because she is a wonderful help, and we are very blessed in Washoe County. My colleagues throughout the districts are, they don't have the support because they don't have the people that we have to support our trustee work, and we are really very blessed, and I thank Washoe County School District for that. We've already mentioned that I'm the president-elect for NASB, but I also want to applaud Irene Bustamante Adams from Clark. She is now the current president. And then we have Crystal Blades. She's our first president and legislative chair. She will take over my position as legislative chair. And then we have Jeff Durham. He's second vice president. What's really cool is now we have representation from Elko in the north, White Pine in the east, Clark in the south, and Washoe County right there in that corner between Nevada and California. So we have a very diverse representation. Thank you. And happy holidays. Stay healthy, happy, and really enjoy family and friends. God bless you.
Thank you. All right. So I had some really fantastic, really student-centered weeks since our last meeting. I visited Wooster and met with students in their IB and Spanish language program, and also received a letter from their school safety committee. I want to say thank you so much. Every time we hear from our students, we're really reminded of the work that we need to be doing here. I also visited Corbett Elementary School and was also toured by 2 student leaders there. I love that trend. And then additionally spent some great time meeting with students and the administration at North Star Innovations, Roygam, Turning Point, and also Newton School, which I was very impressed with, very, very impressed with them. Additionally, met with Elliot Malin and also Trustee Hull to talk about Holocaust education, which was a really, really fantastic conversation. And then that brings me to my first picture here. So Clerk Woodley, Trustee Nicolette, and I went to McQueen and celebrated the 4A state champions. That was really, really an awesome moment to be there and to see their drum line. And then also congratulations, of course, to Spanish Springs High School for winning the 5A championship. This next picture, we've talked about NASB a lot, but it was truly a really important and special honor to be with my colleagues across the state. Congratulations to everyone who won. There was some really fantastic learning there, and we always take that away because we're always learning, folks. We do not have all the knowledge. The minute we think we know everything, or we can just rely on our own knowledge, that we certainly don't ask our kids and teachers for that, and we have to be modeling that. And so I really, really love that conference and getting to see everyone. The next picture here, this is Troop 508, the Girl Scouts and their biggest little rainbow bridge at Chrissy Collin Park. So I was there for the ribbon cutting for this troop. It's a beautiful bridge. It's a great place to remember your fallen or past fur babies. You can leave a collar or a memento on the bridge and just remember the pets that you've had in your life. And it was truly very special. This troop had some adversity that they overcame in order to make this project happen in partnership with the city of Reno. But I really encourage you to visit. Again, that's in Chrissy Collin Park. Really well done, girls. Now my fourth photo. So this is my son, Scott, and I am so excited. This morning, we found out that my son, Scott, was named the Nevada State winner for the 2025 Bonnie Plans third grade cabbage program, which if you don't know what this is, third graders across the country get little seedlings, and they grow this little seedling, and then you can submit the cabbage you grew. And so he is the state winner for this Bonnie Plans program, and I'm so incredibly proud of him getting to represent the school district and the state. And then I'll close with saying, everything that you celebrate, I hope that it's a joyous and happy one. Thank you. I know, he's the state winner. I am so proud. I am so proud of him. All right, team, that closes item 4.02 and brings us now to item 4.03, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll conclude by just wishing everybody a safe and happy holiday season. Hope that everybody finds some peace and joy during that time and is able to celebrate with family and friends. And with that, I know that we have a lot of comments out there, and I'm eager to hear from them, so I yield the rest of my time to our students and those that are going to be offering public comment.
Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. That closes item 4.03 and Section 4 in its entirety, and we'll move on now to Section 5, our closing items, beginning with item 5.01, our closing public comment. JJ, who are we welcoming up first?
Kaisa Medina.
Welcome. Kaisa, is that how we say your name? It is. Welcome. Come on up. I know you were all wondering who's going to go first. You got this, Kaisa.
Thank you. Okay. So yes, my name is Kaisa Medina. I'm a senior at the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, and today I'm here to address a growing opportunity for the education system, and that would be AI, or artificial intelligence. So AI popped out of nowhere, and before we knew it, it was known as one of the most prominent tools for cheating. However, as it's continued to evolve, I believe that its opportunities have as well. With AI, you're able to do a lot of things apart from just getting it to write your essay. You can also get it to give feedback and create flashcards, as well as other things like organize your notes and among many others. So I think these features are really important for students to have an easier time learning. I would like to see the school implement this. So my solution is to get professional development involved and have teachers learn how to better educate their students with ethical AI. There are already a couple of other schools doing this, such as UNR, among other schools in different counties, like in Clark County. And I think ethical AI is useful because there are a lot of jobs that are starting to incorporate it into their work. So I think this would give students an advantage not only in work, but also in real life experience. Overall, that's what I wanted to address tonight, so thank you for listening, and I hope you all take time to consider what I said tonight. Have a good night.
We definitely will. Thank you, Kaisa.
Thank you.
Okay. And so Kaisa is absolutely worth applauding, but one of the things that we do here is we don't actually applaud, and we also don't boo. And let me explain why. So even though we absolutely want to support all of our speakers, since this is a business meeting held in public, and sometimes the reactions are not very positive for who's speaking, so we just kind of like maintain that decorum. Sometimes people put their hands in the air, sometimes they do this. That's all completely okay, but I just wanted you to know it's a rule that I do across the board, so I don't want you to think that this is directed towards you, because if I allow clapping, then there can be different things that happen, and this is a very, very normal rule that we do at our school district meetings. All right, who do we have next?
Ethan Watson, Gio Whitney, Theo Fisher.
Welcome. So that was Gio, and who else? Theo. Thank you, Theo.
And I'm Ethan.
Ethan.
Are we good to start?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
I usually like to welcome everybody by name, so that's just why I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time. We're 3 seniors also attending the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology. Today we stand before you addressing the district as a whole. Beginning with Gio.
So, we can all agree that safety should be every school's priority, right alongside education. All students have the right to a safe learning environment. According to Washoe County School District's website, you, quote, seek to ensure a learning environment for its students that is safe and respectful in accordance with state and federal laws. We come here today to challenge the criteria used to evaluate bullying complaints under your regulations. It is stated that each criteria must be answered with a yes for any conduct to meet the definition of bullying. We are bringing attention to the fact that just because a problem does not technically count to meet all 3 criteria in a way that may be obvious enough, does not mean harm doesn't occur. This minimizes the smaller yet still impactful moments which can silence those who do not know how to reach out when things are becoming more problematic and can cause harm at a level of if or when they do hit all 3 criteria.
Washoe County School District's harassment policy mentions the ability for students to file complaints, often directed to the principal or dean of said school, far before reaching a higher power. Despite the mention of other more direct sources to file a complaint, this option seems to be the most common. This routing of information can lead to unclear determination of safety and may cause an overlooking of larger issues, and the people often left to deal with student complaints don't usually have the exact resources for dealing with and determining a threatened student. Plenty of situations have the opportunity to be overlooked and underestimated, pushing possibly harmful cases under the rug. There could be instances where a student is told their issue isn't that important or isn't dealt with properly, and they feel unable to communicate if the issue becomes bigger, only making the issue worse if left undercover.
The importance of upholding the harassment and bullying policies and following the actions in place for the safety of students or staff is crucial for when they're inconsistently applied and it becomes an issue of the safety and well-being to students. Designed to protect and support students, the effectiveness of these policies is only beneficial when they are reliably and properly enforced. When administration doesn't take students seriously, treats situations with biases or mishandles and minimizes the reports, it can lead to harmful results. Students feeling unsupported, dismissed, or minimized or ignored doesn't just affect their situation, but also their learning environment, physical and mental health, and their academic well-being. While the staff does receive proper training, it is just as important for monitoring that they upkeep and take it all seriously. We wish to present a voice to advocate for a stronger oversight in the assurance that reports are taken seriously and not mishandled or violated, to minimize the issues that many have faced throughout the district.
Thank you so much. That was incredible. Very, very strong partnership between the three of you, and thank you so much for bringing that. I am personally taking notes on all of these, so thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Colton, Maybelline, and Shyla.
Colton, Maybelline, and Shyla, welcome.
Hello, Board of Washoe County School District Trustees and President Beth Smith. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Maybelline Duran, and I'm a proud student at the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology. I am a completer in the Medical Academy and a member and national qualifier of both HOSA and Skills USA.
My name is Shyla Giffins, and I am also a student at ACT. I'm a former student of the Culinary Arts Academy, and I'm currently in the Fire Science Academy. I am a member of Skills USA.
My name is Colton Brown. I'm a dual CTE completer in both the High School of Business Academy and the Communicational Arts Video Production Pathway. I'm a member and national qualifier for FCCLA, Skills USA, and a former member of HOSA and FBLA.
Before we continue, we want to acknowledge the key pillars of the district's strategic plan. Quote, empowering all learners for the future, every student will graduate with the skills necessary to thrive in a diverse and rapidly evolving world, end quote. And, quote, academic growth and achievement, every student will have access to challenging and academic programs and achieve at least 1 year's academic growth annually, end quote. These goals and our lived experiences in CTE are why we are here today.
Even though we come from very different CTE academies, these programs have shaped us in the same way. They give students career readiness, real-world experience, leadership development, and opportunities that traditional academies alone cannot provide.
But we're here to also speak honesty about the CTE challenges. Students who qualify for national competitions, students who earn the right to represent Nevada on the national level, often struggle with financial barriers, gender-based rooming restrictions, and financial burdens placed on families instead of receiving the support from our schools and from our district. No student should be denied the advanced placement because of their identity or their financial situations. Yet, that's been my experience.
The school district's funding for CTE and CTSO comes from federal and private grants, but federal grant availability is uncertain, and school budgets often prioritize sports and electives, even though CTE is what builds our future workforce.
Washoe County's WC1 tax funding comes from a Washoe County tax, but CTE programs are struggling to afford programs and travel supplies. We believe the efforts are not being aligned with students' greatest needs.
So we ask an important question. If we can have a tax to fund new buildings, why can we not fund the programs that prepare students to work in them, lead in them, and shape the district's future? Even though the building funds come from a different budget, there is no reason we cannot find solutions that support the future workforce of Washoe County.
Career and technical education is a bridge between learning and doing, but a bridge cannot stand without support.
We urge the board to evaluate the current CTE and CTSO budget and strengthen support so every student, not just those who can afford it, can participate and uphold the district's promise that every student deserves the opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. You did great. You did really good. I do want to share that this is the second year that we no longer have any fees associated with CTE, IB, AP, or concurrent enrollment classes. And so thank you so much for your advocacy. If you want to email any one of us, we would be more than happy to also talk about funding because I would love to harness your voices. Thank you.
Luca Pineo.
Welcome, Luca.
Hello and good evening. My name is Luca Pineo.
I'm a senior at ACT, and I would like to discuss the bathroom and pass policy with you guys. Right now, the rules are really inconsistent, with some teachers just letting students go to the bathroom whenever they please, or some teachers even having lanyards, which honestly is a little unsanitary if you ask me. They never get washed, they never get cleaned, so I really don't like that. Even with that, this creates, some teachers honestly don't even let students go to the bathroom when they need to because other people are out wandering the halls. This creates a lot of stress, especially for women on their period, not being able to use the bathroom when they need to. Using the bathroom is a basic human right. It's not something we should get punished for with not letting to go or something that should be taken away from us. I've seen students get anxious, distracted, or just plain right uncomfortable because they were told they couldn't go. When we take care of ourselves, we are able to stay focused and in the learning environment. But I do also side with teachers on this because some students do abuse the passes. That's why my solution isn't just to let anyone go when they need to. My solution is a district-wide bathroom pass system that all Washoe County School District high schools will use. It's simple and fair. Students would check in using a QR code system that shows who left, where they're going, what time they left, and how long they've been gone. Admin and teachers would be able to see this and keep track of the students. Students would still have the right to use the bathroom when needed with reasonable expectations, like 5 to 7 minutes out of class. But if someone doesn't use this or abides by it, goes past the time, they would get flagged. If multiple flags occur, teachers would be able to see this and monitor and put them on a restricted pass policy. This way, teachers can help track students without embarrassing the students or making them feel uncomfortable. This plan supports students' well-being and keeps things fair for teachers too. When students can take care of their basic needs, they learn better. When teachers have a system they can trust, it keeps the school safe and organized. And teachers wouldn't have to constantly be focused on who's out and getting distracted from teaching. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Luca. Very well done.
Alyssa Murray.
Welcome, Alyssa.
Good evening, everyone. I am Alyssa Murray, another student at AACT, and I'm here to discuss the availability of period products in schools. As a student of AACT, I've noticed that on our campus, there are many period product dispensers in our bathrooms. These have been there for years, but I have never actually seen them full. Due to the lack of products in the bathroom, other students have taken responsibility for supplying the bathroom with hygiene products. Even though they go beyond just period products, it is still the main focus to have period products supplied. Just imagine that you are a student who just got your period and you have to go to the bathroom and there aren't any in there. So now you have to go to the nurse's office while bleeding on your underwear when you don't have spare clothes. It would be a simple solution to have the nurse or the janitor refill these stations every single time or like every once in a while, so that way students don't have to do it themselves. That is all.
That's wonderful, Alyssa. I think that's really, really impressive. A couple meetings ago, I talked about 2 middle school students who were addressing period poverty in the middle schools, and they were putting together period packs as part of their Girl Scouts Silver Award project. So thank you so much for bringing that forward to us.
Mania Mana.
Welcome. Is it Mania? Mania. Welcome.
Good evening, Washoe County School District School Board. I'm Mania Manha, a student at Academic of Arts, Careers, and Technology, currently in the Medical CTE. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I would like to bring to your notice that compared to other cities and districts, we have a lack of standardized testing centers available for students. Reed High School had been the only testing center these past years, but with Reed shutting down, we are in a trance. Since it completely shut down, we have lost access to all testing centers. How fair is it to only have Reed High School be the only testing center in the entire city of Reno and Sparks? There's an issue with that truth, an issue of equity. One testing center that varies between 5 to almost 15 miles away, one testing center for thousands of students in the district. Many high schoolers in the districts have goals to be admitted into college that requires testing scores to be submitted. How fair is it that we receive less opportunities than other states despite our ambitions in education? Due to the lack of testing centers, we are not able to earn scholarships offered. Better scores lead to more chances of scholarships and college admissions. Nevada's average ACT score is 17. We consistently are ranked as the state who's number 48 in the list of education because of student disengagement. Students feel consistently unmotivated, and it's fair to feel that way because we have not seen many changes. The concept of students succeed in standardized tests. We should be pushing our tests. We should be pushing our state to rise up that list because we have potential. We are the best at entertainment, filled with talents such as music, dance, and theater. So why can we not be the best at education? The student body at my High School of Academic of Arts, Careers, and Technology have shared their concerns, stating that they wish to raise their score up, but they can't because the closest ACT center that is available currently is 76 miles in California. Imagine a student who has a sick parent, no car, a part-time job, extracurriculars, bouncing everything all at once while trying to maintain those A's in class. That student wishes to attend a rigorous college, but how can that student drive 76 miles and make it back on time to take care of everything else? We students are at a dead end. I suggest encouraging our teachers to proctor these SAT standardized tests during weekends. In return, they receive a $125 payment from College Board for their contributions. Many seniors, including myself, believe that driving 76 miles is an unreasonable distance to drive, but those scholarships are sometimes our only contributing shot at being admitted into college. We are held back when it comes to college applications. We do not match the required scores. We fill our college applications with more just to prove to colleges that we are qualified to match the workload.
Thank you very much. That was really, really well done. And that's a really, really important topic. I know other students have also reached in. I do want you to know that the school district doesn't actually set those dates or administer them, but we have been talking with the people that do because that's a very, very important challenge. So thank you.
Samara May Smith.
Welcome. Samara, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Washoe County School Board members, educators, and community members. My name is Samara Smith, and I am also a senior from AACT. I'm here today to address to you an issue that affects student health and academic wellness, early school start times. Students, especially at AACT, begin school earlier than what is developmentally healthy. With AACT and Debbie Smith starting at 7:26 a.m., Hug starting at 7:45 a.m., and Reno starting at 7:40 a.m., it's not about students wanting to sleep in, but what's proven to be scientifically needed for adolescents to properly function, with even research from the National Library of Medicine stating that optimal times for adolescents to be functioning range from 11 a.m. to noon. The times performance in schools were at their peak. It's not just about when adolescents function best, though. It's also about overall student health and wellness. Adolescents like myself are still developing, and due to the shifts in our biology during puberty, another study from the Nationwide Children's Hospital shows that most adolescents are inclined to fall asleep between 11 p.m. or later. With the school start times, when we are inclined to fall asleep late but forced to wake up early, we are barely reaching the healthy amount of hours we need, which is 8 to 10 hours. So, if students are asleep at 11 or after, students need to wake up earlier to get ready for school, meaning they're only getting around 5 to 6 hours of sleep. For ACT, something I've noticed ever since we changed the start time from 8 a.m. to 7:26 a.m. is a lot of students have been tardy to class, to the point it's become a huge issue at my school. And it's not because we don't care, but it's more because most of us don't get enough sleep to be able to wake up that early and function properly in class. I'm asking the board to re-evaluate the school start times, especially schools like AACT. Adjusting the times doesn't require reinventing the system. It prioritizes student well-being, and by aligning scientific research and student schedules, we can create an environment where students are engaged, healthier, and more prepared to learn. And I understand transportation is important, and that's hence why we made the changes, but also student health, I think, should go above transportation. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll take this opportunity to make a meaningful change to mine and many other students' futures.
Very well done. Thank you so much, Samara. Excellent, excellent argument, too.
Kylie Lopez.
Welcome, Kylie. Kaylee. Welcome, Kaylee. And by the way, thank you for correcting me because the way that your name is pronounced is very, very important. So thank you very much, Kaylee.
Okay. Well, hello. My name is Kaylee Lopez. I am also a student from AACT, and I stand before you today representing students as well as myself. Today, I am here to make a public comment on the issue of students not being prepared from public school to continuing their careers or pursuing a higher education, which this specifically targets high school seniors. And I have come to speak to help these students on their education to college, leaving public school feeling ready and prepared. Although I do see that you guys have resources to help struggling students who have depended on the district since the start of their education, how will the board keep the Washoe County School District promise that says we will know every student by name, strength, and need so that they graduate prepared for the future they choose and will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community? Is there a way for the board to continuously support these students during the time they have left within public education to help them have a better chance at a future that the school board has helped support? I know and I believe we can do more than stay within the boundaries that have been set for us as a district. Within the school board, is it not intended to help solve these issues and bring them out into the community so that we, the public, can raise awareness if it means to help them and all of us? I suggest to help these students is to ask them what they truly need most and doing well-being checks as these students get ready to go off to college, which can benefit them knowing that they had support from the district that they had left. A potential solution I would suggest is to have a career college readiness class for high school seniors, as they will rise and grow into successful adults, which we are all sure they will. Allowing us to raise awareness for one another, where that would help us feeling united as a community, but also as a support system for each other, knowing we were there during the highs and the lows. We can be there together no matter the cause. As students within our community are told to just do it on our own time, we can solve this issue within the school, as we can build relationships that are intended to last longer than high school, and like that, I believe we can survive and persevere. This is what I ask of you today, not to be united as a board, but as a family intended to help for the better of the public, and I hope you keep this in mind. Thank you.
We absolutely will keep this in mind. Very, very well done.
Cooper Ross.
Hi, Cooper. Oh, fantastic. So who do we have here? We have Cooper and Dylan.
My name is Brody.
Brody.
My name is Chili Walker.
Chili, very good to see you. All right, take it away whenever you guys are ready.
All right. So good evening, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Cooper Ross. I'm a senior at McQueen High School, and me and my fellow classmates are here to discuss the phone policy. So I'll begin by outlining what the district's new policy actually requires. WCSD's Phone Away and Learn Today initiative was piloted in January 25 and was planned for district-wide implementation in the 25-26 school year. According to WCSD's official policy description, students are required to place their phones in a designated storage area, usually a caddy, pouch, or bin, at the start of each class period. The district states that the goal is to reduce classroom distractions, increase instructional focus, and encourage more face-to-face engagement between students. We agree that reducing distractions is a reasonable goal, but as students, we believe this policy creates new problems that the district did not fully account for, and that there are better ways to support learning without taking away responsible student use.
Hi, my name is Dylan Detweiler. I'm a senior at McQueen High School, and today I'm here to discuss the safety issues. Washoe County School District has said that students with medical needs or emergency accommodations under IEP and 504 plans are exempted, but this still leaves a majority of students without direct access to their phone for long periods. Many families rely on phones for urgent situations that may be subject to change, such as transportation, work schedules, after-school responsibilities, or family emergencies that require direct attention. To continue, Washoe County School District's own fall 2024 cell phone survey, released publicly in November, showed that many parents believe students should have access to their phones during the school day for safety reasons. Taking away immediate access creates unnecessary anxiety for students and parents. especially nowadays where emergency communication is more important than ever. Even with staff support, school office phone systems cannot replace the speed or reliability of direct communication when minutes can matter.
Hi, my name is Brody Thompson, and I'm covering the academic and equity concerns. Although WCSD allows phones for teacher-approved instructional use, the new phone policy makes that harder. Many students rely on their phones for research, digital calculators, photos, notes, translations, or other assignment platforms. When phones are locked away, teachers must pause class to retrieve a device, even when it would have been appropriate to use it. There are also equity concerns. Storing phones together, whether in a caddy, pouch, or collective bin, increases risk of loss or damage. For students who cannot afford repairs or replacements, this risk is serious, and instead of building trust, the policy treats all students as if they cannot manage responsibility. Policies that over-restrict student anonymity often damage classroom culture and teacher-student relationships, which research shows can reduce engagement rather than improve it.
My name is Chili Walker. I'm also a senior at McQueen High School, and I'll just wrap things up and conclude with a few alternatives. We're not asking the board to eliminate phone expectations. Instead, we ask for a revision that keeps the good intentions but avoids unintended harm. A few possible solutions include a phone off and away rule enforced by teachers, not mandatory locked storage. Another is silent mode requirements with individual consequences for misuse. Also structured teacher-approved expectations for academic tasks. Also clear emergency access, expectations for families, and a stronger digital citizenship education, which Washoe County School District already promotes. These options maintain classroom focus while respecting student safety, equity, and trust. We respectfully ask the board to revisit the policy and work collaboratively with students, staff, and families to develop a version that supports Washoe County School District's goals without creating a new problem. We greatly appreciate the congratulatory comments towards the 4A state title, and thank you for your time.
Very well done, gentlemen. Thank you.
Irina Kutsnova.
Welcome, Irina.
Was that close?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Irina Kuznetsova, and I'm a senior at AACT High School. I'm here to speak about the growing problem of chronic absences and decreasing student engagement in our schools. As a student, I see every day how attendance and engagement affects learning, morale, and success after high school. According to NevadaReportCard.gov, several Washoe County high schools report chronic absences rates over 50%, including Hug at 60%, Sparks at 52.3%, and Wooster at 55.5%. Their academic scores show the impact. ELA proficiency sits between 10 to 22%, and math scores drop below 15%. Missing school directly hurts achievements. When students miss more than 10% of the school year, they fall behind academically and socially. This issue is connected to motivation, mental well-being, and students feeling overwhelmed and disconnected. It impacts graduation rates, increases teachers' workloads, and hurts overall school pride. When students don't feel supported or engaged, they are less likely to show up, participate, or plan for life after high school. Some strategies that could help high schools struggling with this issue include implementing balanced incentives for good attendance, tracking attendance early to identify students who need support, and expanding engagement programs such as clubs, tutoring, and student activities, and also strengthening communication with families. There are many ways we can re-engage students. Chronic absences is not only an attendance issue, it's an engagement and achievement issue. By working together, schools, families, and the community, we can improve attendance and student outcomes across our districts. Thank you for listening.
You did a wonderful job. Thank you very much for that, Irina.
Paige Balaam.
Welcome, Paige.
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for your time. My name is Paige Balaam, and I am another student at AACT. Today I want to address an issue impacting many students in our schools, youth drug use. It may be uncomfortable to discuss, but ignoring it only allows it to grow. Recent data from Nevada's Department of Health and Human Services shows that nearly 9% of teens ages 12 to 17 report using illicit drugs in the past month, and about 86% say marijuana is their primary legal substance. Even occasional use can affect brain development, decision-making, and emotional health, increasing the risk of anxiety, depression, and paranoia. Prescription drug misuse is also a concern. 1 in 6 high school students in Nevada has taken prescription pain medication without a doctor's approval. That number rises to nearly 38%. Among teens dealing with trauma or difficult family situations, these numbers represent real students in our classrooms who need support. Locally, youth drug-related ER visits have continued to rise since the pandemic. And while Washoe County saw a slight decrease in fentanyl deaths last year, counterfeit and laced pills are still taking lives, sometimes after a single use. And many teens don't understand the dangers still today. This issue directly threatens 2 priorities of the Washoe County 2023 to 2026 strategic plan: student mental health support and safe learning environments. When students turn to substances to cope with stress or pressure, we all feel the impact in academics, behavior, and community safety. I propose to strengthen early prevention by expanding access to school-based mental health counseling, improving drug education starting in middle school, and partnering with local organizations to provide early intervention workshops. By focusing on prevention and support, we can reduce these ER visits, minimize prescription misuse, and empower students to make healthy choices. Every number in these statistics is a friend, a sibling, or a student sitting in one of our classrooms right now. When young people feel supported, not overwhelmed, they are more likely to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Let's continue to invest in prevention and listen to our students before it is too late. Helping one student today can save a life tomorrow. I appreciate your commitment to student health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paige. Your thoughts were very, very well laid out.
Marion Knight.
Welcome, Marion. I think you might be our last speaker. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Washoe County School Board. My name is Marian Knight, and I am a senior at the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here to talk with you guys and represent the ESL or English learning students of the Washoe County School District. Before I continue, I would like to represent, as I mentioned, the ESL students at the Washoe County School District, and how some of us were not taught many of ESL students, including myself, were not taught how to read in English in a fluent way. So if I have any problems communicating with you guys, please let me know. I'll try to make this fast. I would like to share how it took me 4 consecutive years of taking the WIDA exam and failing it every single time. Not because I did not study or try, but because I didn't really understand the language. As we know, a vast majority of the Washoe County School District are English language learners. That means that many students that were trying to learn English are also keeping up with math, science, and history, and everything else. And Washoe County School District does not always support that. I went to Dodson Elementary School, Pine Middle School, Marcy Herschel Middle School, Demoni Ranch, and AACT. Out of those, I only got English support class from Pine Middle School, which is something I would like to talk about, since besides that, I did not get many English realization classes. I moved to the district in 5th grade. I was offered a semester of prerequisite English in 7th grade, and after that semester ended, the support ended as well. I was not giving tutoring, intervention classes, or English development classes before or after this. I was only giving the same annual exam that I continued to fail year after year. As a shared reality with other ESL students, many were not offered recovery classes, tutoring, nor regular reading support, and often not an adult translating, but another student who's also trying to learn, who also spoke the language. ESL students did not fail because they are lazy, because they usually fail because they do not understand what is being taught. Many are discouraged, many stop trying, and some leave school entirely. Others, like me, spent years trying to understand the language and keeping up with classes. This is why I'm asking for more ESL support. With nearly 1/5 of the district learning English, the support The support should reflect their needs. Washoe County should expand English development programs, often for free, such as offering after-school tutoring, creating a trained volunteer group for translating and language acquisition, and involve ESL students, like me, that are willing to help with this difficult process for English learning students. This proposal would, okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
No, don't be sorry at all. You were very brave to share so much of your personal experience with us, and to really talk openly like that is really a very important thing. So you did very well.
Thank you.
And you do not have to apologize to us. We're the ones that are very lucky to have you here.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all you guys do for us.
You're very welcome.
The board received emails from Olivia Toussaint, James Messervy, and Kevin Thomas.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to all of our students that are here. These public bodies are made better with your public comment. So many of you thanked us, but I assure you, we thank you. This is your right, and this is your time, and every governing body that serves you should look at it that way as well. All right, that closes item 5.01 and brings us now to our next meeting announcement, which is Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. That means we do not have a regularly scheduled meeting, a second scheduled meeting in the month of December. And now that brings us to item 5.03, adjournment at 6:56 p.m.